the only other thing, when I talk about people testify, you have the sponsors of the bills, right? In the waiting room.
The sponsors and co-sponsors all received invitations, yes.
Okay, but okay. So you should be seeing the sponsors, right? Representative Purse, is she in the waiting room?
Yes, I see Representative Purse there.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I think we're ready to get going. I was gonna say, any other questions before we officially start? Not quite as good a tone as the as the book gavel, but good morning. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. We have our first morning of public hearings. I apologize, we are getting started a little bit late due to all of us navigating the new technology. So we will be skipping our morning poem in the interest of time, but we will begin with introductions. I'm Senator Maddie Daughtry. I represent Senate District 24, which is Brunswick, Harpswell, Freeport, Pownell, and North Yarmouth. And my House Chair, Representative Brennan, if you could introduce yourself.
Good morning. I'm Representative Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
And Senator Woodsum.
Senator Dave Woodsum, District 33, Southwestern Maine.
Representative Crockett.
Good morning, everyone. Representative Ed Crockett, District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Falmouth.
Representative Dodge.
Good morning, Jan Dodge, House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo.
Representative Lyman.
Good morning, Sheila Lyman, District 74, J, Livermore Falls, and part of Livermore.
Representative McCray.
Yes, good morning, everybody. I'm Dave McCray. I live in Fort Fairfield up in central Aroostook County, and I represent the good people of District 148. Have a good day.
Representative Millett.
Good morning, I'm Rebecca Millett. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
Representative Roach.
Morning, Representative Tim Roach, District 7, Wells.
And Representative Salisbury.
Good morning, I'm Representative Sue Salisbury, District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
And Representative Sampson.
Good morning. Representative Heidi Sampson, House District 21, Alfred Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield.
And Representative Stearns.
Good morning. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119, which consists of a dozen towns and the unorganized territories of Piscataquis County.
Thank you, everybody. Just so folks know who are watching at home, several of us serve on 2 committees or have other commitments. So you may see members coming and going. Don't think that's a reflection of our opinion on the bill, but you know, the legislature is just getting to full swing. So you'll see people popping in to present their own testimony and coming and going. If you have any questions, please reach out to our committee clerk. We are ably assisted by him, Sam Baker, today, as well as our OPLA analyst, Hillary Rissler. We have 3 public hearings today. We'll be starting with LD 44, which is an act to establish the Summer Success Pilot Program Fund. For those who are watching, we'll be hearing folks who are testifying first in favor, against, or neither for nor against. And just a reminder to all folks who are testifying that this is being broadcast on the internet and also being recorded and shared on YouTube. So please keep this in mind with your testimony. Before we start the first work session, our first public hearing, any questions from the committee at this time? Okay, seeing none, let me get a book so this noise is a little bit better. Okay, take 2. So with that, I will open the hearing on LD 44, an act to establish a Summer Success Pilot Program Fund. And I do believe we have Representative Purse with us, who we are just promoting to a panelist, and then we'll be able to hear her testimony. Good morning, Representative Purse.
Good morning. Nice to see you all. I've been listening to your conversation as a attendee. So Representative Stearns, good luck with your surgery, and glad everyone's surviving the snow. Everyone can hear me okay? So my first time testifying for a bill. I've had some public hearings, so I feel what's going on the other side, and you guys have done a great job. So thank you so much for having me. As a former member of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee, I normally would bring my favorite European bakery goodies to the committee room, and you would have those for the duration of the day. So when we're back together, you can look for a rain check on some goodies from the European bakery, because not only are they great, but it's fun to be back with you guys in the committee room. So nice to see you all. So LD 44, the Act to Establish a Summer Success Pilot Program Fund, is something that you have seen before. This bill has come before the committee every one of my 4 terms. It had some hurdles to get over, and we got over quite a few of them in the last session, where we worked with the commissioner and the DOE to find a way to have a language and a bill that they could really get behind as we look to summer learning. Then COVID hit. That bill died on the table when we didn't go back into session. So you're seeing the exact same language as you saw before in the last session to move forward this time. And I think that I hope you got my testimony, so I'm looking to your clerk because I assume you guys are receiving that. Great. So I will not read verbatim what's going on in the bill. I'm happy to answer questions. I'll just do some highlights. This bill would be a pilot program. We would set aside some general fund money to establish it. It could be worked through either an individual school district, or you could work with community organizations in order to support kids in your community through summer learning. And I think I'd just like to highlight at this time that there is nothing that's going to be more important than getting our kids back together and back up to speed. And I think the summer months are going to be a great opportunity to utilize the force that we have at the state level through the DOE and through our school systems, but also through our community organizations to look at this. It would be a process by which districts or community organizations in conjunction with their districts could apply for a grant. That could be anything from summer learning at a library where they do a reading program to full-fledged, let's work with the Boys and Girls Clubs that exist all over the state, or the YMCAs all over the state, to help kids come in and do any sort of academic learning that they might be in need of. And I think that you'll hear from some people testifying today that many of these community organizations have done a great job of reacting to our remote learning and our hybrid learning, and having kids come in and be able to really continue on their academic journey, and working with those organizations that are dealing with helping kids during remote time if they're have to be somewhere other than their home and dealing with that. So I think that we're in a brave new world, as we all know. This is a great opportunity to put something forward that I think can really help a lot of different kids from all over the state, whether you're rural or in a city center or outside one of those. So that being said, I think I'll just end my testimony. Again, didn't read it verbatim, but there would be a process of applying for this money. Your school districts would be involved, as would your community members. And I hope that I can get a strong vote, as I did last time in the 129th, in the 130th, to kind of move this forward as we think about how we're going to get our kids back up to speed and working to their greatest and highest potential. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much, Representative Peirce. Any questions from the committee? It's looking like it's a Monday morning.
It is. I miss you all, not only in committee, but just in the hallways. So
agreed. Oh, Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question on the funding for the general fund, and I was reading about the application process in schools that have high, free, and reduced lunch. Do we feel like, is it potentially they will be able to fund this program so there would be equitable availability throughout the state?
Yeah, I think that's a matter of how much money is in the program and what kind of grants people apply for on those levels. So the more, obviously, the more that you had in the program, the more availability there would be to do more programs across the state. So I think it'll really come down to how are we dealing with it in the budget. I also think while this does say the general fund, I want to keep an open mind that there may be opportunity for possibly some federal funds around this. I think that we're in a different arena right now. So we don't know what's coming yet at the federal level, but there could be more opportunity there. And I think we want to keep a little bit of an open mind. So, but at its core, it would really be something that we'd want to do within our funding structure as well. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Senator Woodson.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
I don't have the bill in front of me, Representative. Could you, what is the estimated fiscal note?
$243,000. It was a fiscal note done on the last bill about sort of getting it up and running, getting it in-house, and then having some funds left over for the ability to grant those out. So again, I think you could have grants that range from very small, $1,000 to much larger, bigger endeavors. So I think it's just a little bit of a wave about who would apply and who might be able to utilize this in their individual communities. But that's the fiscal note currently on it.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick before we get to Representative Stearns, I just want to remind committee members that you can, if you can't find it in your email, you can actually access the bill online. Just real quick to show you all, if you go to the education website and you click up here and you click on Education and Cultural Affairs, as you're following along, you can click on every bill and be able to access what the proposed document is, all of the language, the fiscal note, if there is one, and you can also access all of our committee materials up right here on the top of the page, and you can click all the different materials that we've been using over the past couple of days. Just wanted to make sure that everyone knew that all the information was there, and also helpful for those who are watching at home. With that, Representative Stearns, followed by Representative Millett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the tutorial this morning. Although I think you go a little bit faster than my technological capabilities are able to absorb, but it is very helpful.
Happy to go back and do it slowly as well.
Yes, I
If
need
anyone needs a
video
refresher, let me know.
Thank you. Representative Peirce, it is great to see you under the circumstances. Do you, and I'm familiar with this bill and with the concept for sure. Do you have concern about whenever we have pots of money that are up for grabs via the grant process? There are school systems that have larger administrative structures and more personnel available that are often much more savvy at writing grants and receiving funds. And some school systems just really don't have those capabilities. Any concern in those regards as to distribution of the funds?
Yeah, you bring up a great point. I think that equity issue about how people can apply for anything, that includes FEMA funds. And I mean, there's just a litany of things where we know that these smaller districts have just more challenges ahead of them. And as you know, superintendents tend to be also maybe serving lunch and doing, they're doing a litany of things. So I certainly do have those concerns. My hope would be that let's get it up and running. Let's see who's applying. If we're seeing pockets of deserts where certain districts are not applying for something like this or utilizing it, but could be, maybe we could work toward figuring out how to have that be part of the point system or something if we had so many apply that. But I think right now I'd just like to see it get up and going and then understand that we should have that on our radar a little bit. I don't know how to solve it right now in the bill without it becoming really cumbersome. And what I don't want it is to become too cumbersome that people are like, oh, I don't get it. I don't want to do it. So.
Very good. Thank you very much.
You bet.
Representative Millett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Representative Peirce.
Good morning.
Really great to see you.
Great to see you too.
Glad to see your bill again.
So close last time.
For so many things. So for so many of us.
For so many, yeah. We're all
Representative,
together.
I don't believe the department has signed up to actually personally testify on this bill, but it did submit written testimony. Have you had a chance to review that?
I haven't seen that. I went to the bill page and I didn't see anything uploaded yet. So I will be doing that. I did reach out to JC Holmes and she had shared that with me. I'm assuming that a little bit of this whole Brave New World is changing when people come in and do, I don't know, but I'm happy to look at that. Have you read it? Have you seen it?
Yeah, I have it up on my screen in front of me. And so I'm not going to sandbag you and ask you to respond to something you haven't had a chance to review.
Thank you.
But, you're most welcome. But Ms. Risler, for the work session, it would be good to have the following information. The department points to the fact that they get funding through the formula that districts can utilize. In addition, and they can also apply for additional Title I funding to support summer education program and 21st century community learning centers. What I'd like to know is, are those programs fully utilized? What are the amounts of money that districts can access? And is it the, well, I guess if the department were here, I would ask them if they feel that what the funds that are being provided through these various programs is meeting all the needs of all of our districts around the state.
Those are great questions. And I, disappointingly, I'm sad they didn't send me their copy, right? So.
Yeah. Yep. Would have been good for you to have seen that.
And I would have been prepared to address more of that. So, but I look forward to the work session. I think that's on the 17th or something. Is that about right? I don't know. So.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Peirce, and thank you for your time. We have
great to see you all.
Up next, we have Dirk Mattson to present. We'll just let him join. Good morning, Mr. Mattson. Hopefully I am not massacring your last name, but you are up next to testify.
Good morning. And I'm also hope to be joined by my colleague, Julie Armitage. Was she going to be able to do so? Great.
Yes,
okay.
we are letting people testify individually, letting them in one at a time.
Understood. Well, thank you, Chair Daughtry and Chair Brennan, members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Dirk Mattson. I'm a Regional Vice President of Government Relations for Curriculum Associates. Our company is an educational technological and publishing company whose mission is to provide high quality, engaging, culturally relevant, and anti-racist content to the schools we serve, along with assessment tools for setting high expectations. We want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of LD 44 that establishes Summer Success Program Pilot Program Fund. Efforts such as these are going to be essential in supporting students learning as Maine and the whole country actually recover from the effects of this pandemic and the effects it's had on disrupted educational opportunities. Certainly, as the committee is aware, typical student progress over the past 11 months is jeopardized for many students, not the least of which is those that are usually most disadvantaged. McKinsey's study entitled COVID-19 and Learning Loss from December of 2020 identified 3 critical findings when reviewing performance data. And I'll just briefly go through those before I give to my colleague. First, on learning loss, using data from fall assessments across the country, this study found that most students are falling behind, but students of color are faring far worse. Students of color have lost 3 to 5 months of learning in mathematics compared to white students who may have just lost 1 to 3 months. In instructional practice, Black and Hispanic students are twice as likely as white students to have no live access to teachers. They're more likely to be in remote learning without access to live instruction. Reducing the likelihood of unfinished learning is going to be addressed, and increasing the likelihood students of color are going to continue to struggle. And then systems are certainly going to need to accelerate student learning with more time and more dedicated attention to expose students to grade level content. This includes using evidence-based strategies, targeting students by leveraging the best formative assessments, while early warning systems are present to identify student risks. So the first two of those findings emphasize the need for such support as put forth in LD 44. The third finding identifies one evidence-based solution to address this unfinished learning. This finding supports the bill's objective to close the achievement gap between high-performing and low-performing students. The bill would support acceleration of student learning to high-quality learning and instruction. It also supports the use of quality assessment, currently used in school administrative units to measure the progress of students participating in the program. We support Representative Hurst's bill to use high quality instructional materials and high quality assessment and helping students accelerate their unfinished learning to be ready for grade level instruction in the fall. And critical in this is a close connection between evaluation and instruction that's going to be the most successful. And I'll pause there and I'll allow my colleague to complete our testimony. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you. So this proposal aligns with similar efforts in other states and at the federal level. Several states are looking at summer academics to address the challenges from COVID-19, including Rhode Island, California, North Carolina, and Tennessee. There is also there is also recognition specific to this need at a federal level. The Learning Recover Act of 2021 proposes $75 billion to cover over 2 years via Title 1A to build out summer school, extend school days, or extend school programs. Like Representative Pierce's bill, this proposed federal legislation would also authorize the Institute of Education Scientists to study learning loss, possible interventions, and share information about the program's effectiveness. While we can't speak to the expected passage of this bill at the federal level, this illustrates that the stakeholders across the country are contemplating strategies to address unfinished learning. LD 44 requires that the guidelines be similar to those of community learning centers. This will be important for school administrative units to not have to meet one of set criteria for one program and then adapt to another. That said, it will be important for SAUs to also have flexibility to address the summer program specifically when the community learning center programs are often designed for a longer time frame. This summer will be short and our ability to gather physically is still unknown for the summer. Flexibility for programs that offer precise assessment and targeted instruction based on individual student need will be important. The McKinsey study we mentioned earlier references the Pakistan and the country's 2005 earthquake, where schools in some areas of the country were shut down for 14 weeks. Students who were directly affected by the quake ended up being 1.5 years behind peers living in unaffected areas. However, some of these students were able to catch up when given focused attention. The study notes that students can catch up from lost learning caused by school disruptions, but it also tells us that society must intervene to ensure that this becomes reality for all students. The bill that Representative Pierce puts forth aligns with the prevailing opinion in the research about how to address unfinished learning from this past year. Intensive focus using high quality materials and documenting that progress carefully. We hope that the committee will support this bill that addresses the educational needs of those main children who have been most disadvantaged by this learning disruption. Thank you for this opportunity today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Armitage. Just for those who are watching it and for future, when we have two folks from the same organization, typically the format that we'll take it in is let the first person testify, then ask for questions, and then have the second person testify. But I know this is our first public hearing. We're all just figuring it out. So I just wanted to let everyone know who's watching. But first and foremost, thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time this morning. And up next, we'll move the next person in for testimony. Hold on. Okay, up next we have Courtney Bellolen from the Maine Curriculum Leaders Association.
Hello.
Good morning. Hopefully I didn't massacre your name too much.
You did quite well. Thank you. So Senator Daughtry and Representative Brennan and members of the Education Cultural Affairs Committee, my name is Courtney Bellolen, and I am the Executive Director of the Maine Curriculum Leaders Association. I offer testimony in support of LD 44, an act to establish the Summer Success Pilot Fund on behalf of the members of MCLA. Establishing a fund dedicated to supporting summer learning opportunities in Maine schools is an important step towards engaging, effective, and learner-centered education across the state. On any given year, districts must plan for meeting the challenges of serving the wide range of readiness levels and learning needs within their learning communities, and summer programs are an essential component in how we do just that. The capacity to offer summer learning varies from district to district, and this fund will help to offset some of the summer learning inequities present in Maine. While it is the case that many districts do plan to use ESSER funds to support summer learning this year, there is not currently a reliable source of funding for summer learning in future years. This bill provides for a future source of funding. So the need for summer programs this year, as you've already heard and will continue to hear, has been amplified by our shared pandemic experience. But so too have the barriers towards effective implementation of summer learning programs, which includes the costs of staff, materials, transportation, and food, as well as simply finding qualified staff. These needs and barriers will grow over the next few years. Summer school programs this year, for sure, will have to follow the same safety guidelines for regular school, which means planning for flexible instruction that may be in-person, hybrid, or fully remote. And further, initial data from typically used assessments such as the NWA and the STAR assessments, they show a trend indicating here in Maine, which mirrors national trends, the amount of learners who will need summer learning is growing beyond the traditional indicators for intervention. So beyond the learners that typically get flagged for summer interventions. So we believe that summer learning opportunities should be available and accessible to as many learners and districts as possible. We do have significant concerns about the amount of funding provided for in this pilot fund. The cost of summer school programming, as reported by MCLA members, ranges from $10,000 to $100,000, with the median being $30,000. These programs serve learners in pre-K through 12, with most districts limiting the offering to smaller ranges of social grade levels, and with the most common being grades 3 through 5. In order to effectively support Maine schools in the implementation of equitable and effective learner-centered summer programs, funding must be enough to significantly mitigate any barriers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do I have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. Up next, we have, hold on, this thing is not clicking. Susan Jennings. Do we have Susan Jennings in the waiting room? I'm not seeing her. So we're gonna move on to the next one on the list. We have Mary Nelson with the Maine Alliance of Boys and Girls Clubs. And Mary, I'm just going to promote you to panelist. Good morning, Ms. Nelson. Oh. Good morning, Mary. Good to see you. And you're on mute, just to let you know. Let's see. Let's see, I'm sending you an ask to unmute invitation, so you should see a little thing that pops up that allows you. There you go. Now we can hear you. Good morning. Good to see you again, albeit virtually.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Senator Daughtry and Representative Brennan and my friend Representative Millette, who I used to refer to as Senator Millette. I am Mary Nelson. I live in Falmouth. I am a former member of the Health and the Education and Human Resource Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. And I am glad to be here. I will echo what Representative Peirce said about bringing a gift. We were going to bring a gift together from the European Bakery, but we will enjoy it in Falmouth and give you a rain check. So thank you very much. I'm here in support of LD 44. This bill, as Representative Peirce said, has been submitted in each of her terms in the main house. And the reason why we submitted the bill was because there was a program sponsored by the Boys and Girls Club of America called Brain Gain, which addressed summer learning needs in throughout the country. That program has been enormously successful. It has been evaluated and determined that it indeed has saved the learning loss that occurs over the summer for many, many children. And so what we are trying to do is to put together some sort of a program, a structured program in Maine, which will help all of the kids succeed in their education and not have the learning loss that occurs, which is over the summer with no educational programs, can be up to 2 months of learning loss. And so if you finish the 3rd grade and then enter the 4th grade, you are already 2 months behind where you should have been when you entered the 4th grade because of that learning loss over the summer. That gets compounded as the years go by. So by the time you get to the 8th or 9th grade, you may be up to almost a year behind your other students in the class. Unless it might be too early to truly understand the effects of COVID-19 on our youth. But several recent studies have been released on this topic. And one such study conducted by the Northwest Evaluation Association was an analysis of data from nearly 4.4 million US students in grades 3 to 8, showed elementary and middle school students have fallen measurably behind in math, while most appear to be progressing at a normal pace in reading. Compared to last year, students scored an average of 5 to 10 percentile points lower in math, with students in grades 3, 4, and 5 experiencing the largest drops. That number only grows for youth in rural or underprivileged areas who lack access to resources such as computers and internet access, or their public library is just too far for them to get to during these times. The ongoing ripple effects of COVID-19 make it more crucial than ever that youth of all ages, including those leading into the teen years, have robust social, emotional, and academic supports due to continuing isolation, amplified mental health distress, increased substance abuse, greater vulnerability to abusive home situations, and other adverse factors. These are hard times, especially for students. The Boys and Girls Club mission is to enable all young people, especially who need us most, to reach their full potential as productive, caring, responsible citizens. More than 66% of club members receive free or reduced lunch, Our clubs served more than 280,000 healthy meals and snacks last year. Clubs provide educational programs which foster academic success, teach about healthy lifestyles, and seek to build character and leadership skills. I am president of the Maine Alliance of Boys and Girls Clubs in Maine. And the Boys and Girls Clubs, the Maine Alliance represents, through the Boys and Girls Clubs, 21,000 youth in Maine, served by the 17 Boys and Girls Club sites across the state. Our summer programs attract children for a large part of every day and combine structured programs with meals, gym time, outdoor play, and project-based learning. Oftentimes, a club is the only safe place a child with working parents can go after school or during the summer. Our summer learning program, Summer Brain Gain, is designed to promote and sustain learning in club members of all ages during the summer months. The curriculum is developmentally appropriate, project-based learning experiences designed to keep young people engaged throughout the summer. As an informal learning space, clubs have an opportunity to offer both remediation and enrichment, all while inviting youth to discover and pursue passions that connect to future opportunities. In 2015, a rigorous evaluation designed as a randomized controlled trial was conducted by Boys and Girls Clubs of America and Metis Associates. The evaluation further confirmed that youth benefit from participating in Summer Brain Gain. Youth participants experienced no significant losses in early literacy, math, or reading. And in fact, there was a notable increase in math for members of the Summer Brain Gain sites. LD 44 would specifically work to reduce the loss of learning during summer months in elementary and secondary school units. It offers school administrative units to provide programs or partner with programs with proven track records, like Boys and Girls Clubs, to prevent summer slippage by our kids. Clubs have had great success this school year in partnering with their school districts and helping kids on track, keep on track through the virtual and hybrid learning programs. The Portland Club across the street from Portland High School is open, and students are going there during the pandemic. We have partnered with the Portland School Department, with the South Portland School Department, and with several other school departments through the state to run educational and social programs for club members, which have been very, very well received and really are a lifeline to a lot of kids. Providing summer learning opportunities will benefit Maine's children. LD 44 is one step forward to enabling all young people, especially who need us most, to reach their full potential as productive, caring, responsible citizens. And I urge you to support LD 44 and actually get it across the finish line this year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Oh, Representative Crockett.
Yes, I was a little slow getting my hand raised through the participant icon. First and foremost, I want to thank Ms. Nelson for representing the Boys and Girls Clubs here today. I'm a proud alumnus of the Portland Club that you referenced and a former corporator at that club. And I know Representative Millette did a tour with me of the Portland Club last session. And I would encourage every representative to visit the club in their community because it was beyond impressive what they're doing. And when I was going to the club, you know, in the 1960s and 70s, it was basically a playground, you know, and we would play basketball and billiards and go swimming. They have really shifted their focus, and it is incredibly education based. So I strongly encourage folks to take a good look at that. And the other piece is, Ms. Nelson, I represent a small part of Falmouth. So if there is a local rendezvous with respect to European bakery, I expect to be invited.
Okay. We will do so. You will definitely be part of the group.
Thank you, Representative Crockett. Up next, we have Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Ms. Nelson, thank you for your presentation. It's very intriguing. I'm from Aroostook County, and I'm slightly north of Portland. And I'm just curious as to how widespread your organization is in the state, especially in the rural areas, because I think this is a service that is perhaps at least as much needed in the rural areas, if not more. So.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, we do serve over 21,000 youth throughout the state. We have 17 different locations. Dealing with the rural issues in Maine becomes a challenge, a much bigger challenge for Boys and Girls Clubs because of transportation issues. You can't get kids to a physical location. So we have brought programs to and partnered with local organizations. And there have been a number of programs where we have worked with local organizations. We do have some presence on the Indian reservations, and we have presence in Bangor, we have presence in Lewiston, Auburn, and in a variety of other locations. But that is one of the challenges, and I think that as an organization, we try very hard to provide as much access as we can to the more rural areas. But you're right, that is one of the challenges that Maine faces in many, many instances. We do provide some transportation in the Portland area for after-school programs that kids can be transported from their school directly to the Boys and Girls Club. But we haven't expanded that out to a long ride.
Thank you.
Up next, I have Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, former Representative Nelson. It's good
Good morning.
to see you.
Thank you. Nice to see you too.
Following up with Representative McCray's concern for rural areas, which are near and dear to my heart, I'm wondering if for the workshop we could get a map or a list of the communities that have Boys and Girls Clubs. I think there are 17 in Maine, and I wonder if we could have that provided for the workshop. That would be helpful.
We would be happy to do that. We will provide information about Boys and Girls Clubs and about the Brain Gain program if you would like for the workshop.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time this morning, Ms. Nelson. It's lovely to see you, and hopefully we'll get to have those European bakery goodies in person sometime in the future.
Right, hope so.
Up next, we Ingrid.
Congratulations to all of you for making this work in a most unusual time. And so good luck to you.
Thank you. We're figuring it out. This is our first public hearing, so we're trying to get out all the bugs today. Up next, we have Ingrid Staunchfield. Good morning, Ms. Staunchfield. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone from the Educational Cultural Affairs Committee and Representative Peirce. I hope you're all well. I'm Ingrid Staunchfield, CEO of the Boys and Girls Clubs of Kennebec Valley, located in Gardner. I'm here to share testimony on behalf of youth throughout the state of Maine who are struggling academically during the pandemic like never before. Thank you in advance for your thoughtful consideration of the importance of out-of-school time for our youth. And just a little bit about our club. We are supporting youth with remote learning. They're going to school 2 days a week in our school district, and the remaining 3 days they're at the club with us, with our staff supporting remote learning, which is interesting to say the least. The testimony I'm going to share is from Holly Jordan. She's our teen director at the club. She can't be with us today because she's at the club with the students that are with her today for remote learning. Here's her testimony. According to test scores, our district students are starting off the school year behind and not meeting academic standards. These same students admit they are unable to focus during their virtual sessions or simply do not have anyone to hold them accountable. Some kids need in-person learning. They strive when they are able to do hands-on work and encourage and engage in meaningful conversations. Many students are not finding their time in front of the computer academically valuable and are very distracted by things around them, such as television, telephones, and the computer that they're on. Students have commented that they sometimes do not even turn the cameras on their laptop during class. This means students could go a whole period without even being seen by their teachers or having any interaction with their peers. Many students, parents are overwhelmed and disengaged. The majority of parents that we currently work with are exhausted and do not have the capacity to help students with their schoolwork, and sadly can't commit to their academic success. The technology scares many of our parents as well. They have not been educated on how to maneuver through their students' work and heavily rely on the Boys and Girls Club to make sure that students' work is completed. School day and summer programming can provide students with that extra push they need to get the work done while providing students with the relief of knowing their kids are getting the support they need that they can't provide. The club's internet and technology can provide for these students during the day and after school with a dependable way to connect to their virtual classes and a computer that works for them to do so. The club's program also provides students with breakfast, lunch, and snacks throughout the day, which is another big benefit for students and families who are worrying about food insecurity. Most importantly, day-long learning that focuses on our core values of health, physical activity, the arts, and mentoring relationships will ensure that all of our teens, school age and preschool children remain happy, engaged, mentally strong, and supported during these very trying times of the pandemic. Our summer learning this year would be another way to build an already overwhelming gap, another way to bridge the already overwhelming gap that teachers are having a hard time meeting during the school year. Without any academic assistance over the summer, these kids that are already far behind will be even further behind when school begins again in the fall. It has been my experience that students do not feel confident at school, that they must, that they are likely to either quit, give up, or accept that they are not good students. By providing students the extra learning activities and academic support through caring teachers, adults, mentors, and peers, our program can get these at-risk students to a better place, both academically, mentally, and socially when the next school year rolls around. The best thing summer learning can offer our kids is the time for social interaction and fun. They would be able to interact with caring staff, teachers, and peers who have their best interests in mind. Students would be able to be the kids that they are and could learn through hands-on productive play, investigation, and fun. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Stanfield. Do we have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony this morning. Up next, we have Holly Jordan. Let's see, do we have Holly Jordan in the waiting room? I'm not seeing a Holly Jordan. I'm wondering if Holly, so do we have a Holly Courtier? Nope, that's the Maine Principals Association. Okay, moving on to Nathan Broadus, who we also don't seem to have in the waiting room. Okay, up next, we have,
Senator, I think I see Holly. Do you see Holly on there?
that's Holly Courtier from the Maine Principals Alliance, or Association.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see. Brooke Teller. Do you have a Brooke Teller? Nope. And now we have Holly Courtier. Oh, Representative Dodge, did you have a question?
Not a question, but in my notes, Holly Jordan's testimony was the testimony that was just read.
Yes.
And Brooke Teller, these are folks who have submitted written testimony, so they may not be also testifying in person.
Absolutely. So this is the list we're reading off for people who had specified that they'd like to testify in person, but thank you for correcting that. And thank you for making the connection with Ms. Stanfield's testimony. If you can't tell, we're trying to, it feels like right now trying to get everyone in the waiting room with the list is a little bit of a patting your head and rubbing your belly at the same time. Okay, got this. Good morning, Ms. Courtier, and I'm sure I just massacred your last name again.
You know what? That's okay. I do have a quick question though before I start my testimony. Just because I've been listening, and I know that you were hearing testimony who are in favor, and I was testifying either for or against. I just wanted to make sure that I was in the right order.
That's fine for now. I was going to say in the future we'll try to make sure we sort the spreadsheet so that we have them in that order, but let's just jump right in.
All right. So thank you. Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Dr. Holly Couturier, and I am the Executive Director for the Maine Principal Association's Professional Division. And I'm representing more than 800 pre-K to 12 principals and assistant principals of public and private schools in Maine. Maine Principal Association is neither for nor against LD 44. While we fully support the concept of the bill and we agree that everything that can be done to support students who have academic gaps needs to be done, we believe that the grant process could potentially provide inequities among districts. And I'll continue, but just slightly off script, a lot of the concerns that we have were already shared. I just want to just reiterate our concerns. There are some districts who have grant writers and others do not. This could potentially put the latter at a disadvantage, especially if the grant process is competitive. The other concern is that is about the 10% of the program that will need to be funded by local districts. Some districts have a summer program that they currently fund and could use some of this money to support the new program, where other districts would have to either raise their budget completely or use money from other lines to support this program. And just to add in, and to hear that some of the funding could come from local businesses is absolutely wonderful. But for those reasons, the MPA is neither for nor against LD 44.
Thank you so much. Do you have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your time and for your patience this morning. Up next, we have Catherine Johnston. Not seeing her in the waiting room. So last we have Eileen King. For those who are watching on YouTube, the pauses are as we're letting people come from attendees to panelists. So it's like we're digitally opening the door for everyone. Good morning, Ms. King.
Good morning. Let me start my video and find my testimony. I'm right there with you.
We're all learning, and it's a Monday to boot after the Super Bowl, which is historically one of the least productive days in the American economy. I saw an article on that this morning.
Well, if my boss is listening, I've been very, very busy this morning, so I just want to let you know. Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. I am Eileen King, Deputy Executive Director of Maine School Management Association, testifying on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and Maine School Superintendents Association in support of LD 44. Our associations have consistently supported iterations of this proposal dating back to 2017, but its final passage has always been hampered by its cost as estimated on the fiscal note. We don't know where the funding would come from this year, but we know the need has never been more urgent for quality summer learning programs. Our suggestion is this program should not be done in a vacuum. And as we've heard mentioned this morning, there are a variety of outstanding summer learning programs in the state that would serve as excellent models for this program. Summer learning loss is very real, and so is COVID learning loss with schools in hybrid or remote mode. Summer programs that incorporate quality and engaging learning opportunities for our students will be needed. Superintendents already are looking at how they can enhance their summer programming to keep their students on track. This bill calls for a pilot, but it is not clear as to who is designing the pilot and what it would entail. In years past, this program also called for partnerships with the Boys and Girls Clubs, but that language has been dropped. It also enshrines the Summer Success Program in statute and puts it in Part C of the budget, which addresses education costs and general purpose aid. It would be part of the Enhancing Student Performance and Opportunity section, which largely includes career and technical education funding and public preschool. We think that part of the bill may be premature. We look to the Department of Education for guidance on how to expand enhanced summer learning for all students, whether this bill is the right vehicle. We certainly support this bill's intent without reservation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. King. Do I have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We also have Grace Levitt joining us to testify. Let's see. Good morning, Ms. Levitt.
Good morning. Thank
Did I
you.
get your last name right? I feel like I'm getting everyone's last names wrong this morning.
Got it perfectly right. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. I am Grace Levitt, high school Spanish teacher, National Board Certified, on leave from SID 51 to serve as president of the Maine Education Association, representing nearly 24,000 educators around the state of Maine. I am here today to testify in support of LD 44. Certainly, we supported this proposed legislation previously. I was tempted for a moment to just take out my testimony from then and submit it yet again, but a few things, as we all know, have happened since then. You've already heard about summer learning loss. I'm sure you're all very aware of that, so I'm just going to speak very quickly and make a couple of points. I did submit a written copy of this testimony as well, and it's still pretty brief. But as others have said, certainly we're concerned about not only the usual summer learning loss that some students experience when they do not have access to opportunities over the summer, but certainly now in the pandemic, those students are even more affected, and even more students are likely affected by what we would call learning loss, although we're just struggling for the right term to refer to that, lost opportunities perhaps. Certainly there's a greater need than ever for this, but we do share the concerns that both Representative Salisbury and Representative Stearns asked of one of the previous speakers, as far as this unintentionally producing even further inequities in districts that don't have the wherewithal to submit applications and grants, or even have perhaps the 10% cost of the program within their means, even though that might be a very small amount. So we're just concerned about potential inequities going forward in something that is absolutely intended to reduce those inequities and to help address gaps. But wondering if there's some way to have this, as others have said, have even greater access so that all students have the opportunity for these programs over the summer. I'm hoping that this can be addressed in some way going forward, but we certainly urge the support of LD 44 as others have done, and I'm certainly glad to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Levitt. Do you have any questions from the committee? Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Ms. Levitt. My question is about staffing. I know in past summers, over many, many years, there are usually teachers who are anxious to help students over that summer hump. I can't imagine that there will be very many staff members this year who will be able to do that. And so I would ask you to perhaps be at the ready to help us address this going forward through the Maine Education Association. Thank you.
We certainly would do all that we can to encourage people to be available for these programs and you know, appropriately compensated. The question will be, can we keep people safe? Can we get vaccinations out to our educators? I'm sure you're all aware that that is absolutely the top issue right now, that educators are not yet being prioritized to the extent that we were hoping. And so that if we can keep our staff safe and keep students safe, I know that we have educators really anxious to be back with students and certainly are very dedicated to their students. So we will help with that effort to the extent we can. Thank you.
Do I have any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony, Ms. Levitt.
Thank you for your time. Thanks.
And Sam, do we have anyone else on the list to testify?
That is all I'm seeing, Senator.
Wonderful. Then, with that, I close the public hearing on LD 44. Okay, transitioning to the next bill. Up next, I will open the hearing on LD 55, which is an act to protect minority religious groups by eliminating the prior approval requirement for a school absence for a recognized religious holiday. And my dog is barking and groaning again. Apologies. We have the bill's sponsor, Representative Justin Fecteau, here to present the bill. And let's promote him to a panelist. Good morning, Representative Fecteau. Great to have you back with us.
Good morning. Thank you. Shall I get right into it?
Absolutely. The floor is yours.
Thank you. And I know it's typical for former education committee members to, you know, like Representative Peirce said, to bring something, but I have something even better. I challenge you all to go to Augusta and use your meal per diem on downtown Augusta. We could use the help. And so with that, good morning, Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and my colleagues on the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. As you know, I'm Justin Fecteau, and I proudly represent House District 86, which consists of the western and northern portions of Augusta. In Section 3272, the list of excused absences are personal health, an appointment with a health professional, observance of religious holiday, a family emergency, or a planned absence, something either personal or for an educational purpose. My bill simply requests that in Section C, the words "and the absence has prior approval" be stricken from state statute. As you have noticed, Sections B, C, and E require prior approval in state statute. My experience in traditional public schools as a teacher lends me to believe that the only planned absences in Section E are living up to the state statute. Students will go from teacher to teacher with a form to inform them of their planned absence, whether it be for an educational field trip or something as simple as moose hunting. By and large, schools are not doing this for planned medical appointments and recognized religious holidays. However, a parent may call the school on the morning of a medical appointment to indicate the student will be late or needs to leave early. My bill only targets recognized religious holidays because I know there are reasons why a school may need to be aware of a student's well-being prior to a medical appointment, since it may be connected with their educational accommodations. It also begins a conversation on how the school can best support the student going forward. Requiring a student to declare their intent to attend a religious service opens up an unnecessary can of worms within a school setting. Firstly, getting prior approval for a religious event, in my opinion, is akin to a religious test, because approval inherently indicates that a request could be denied. Secondly, a student and the student's family may feel that they may be poked or prodded for information regarding their faith. Thirdly, the current wording of the state statute unfairly targets our state's most devout Christian students as well as our non-Christian students. The school calendar already accounts for the major events on the Christian calendar. Students who practice their faith more regularly may be impacted for services such as Ash Wednesday, for example. Non-Christian students, such as Muslims, are making up strong minorities in the metropolitan areas of places like Portland, Lewiston, Auburn, and Augusta. Their religious calendar is not exactly lined with the school calendar. Requesting prior approval for religious services would create all kinds of issues, especially for those families with extreme language barriers, which is common among our newest community members. Again, schools have largely recognized this and are already not following state statute to its original intent. I think it's time that the state statute aligns with the best practices in our schools. Passing this bill would be an indication of our willingness to create a more inclusive environment in our schools that follows the best practices our schools currently use. And thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Representative Fecto. Just a quick question. I'm wondering, I think it was the Lewiston School District has actually taken actions to sort of do what your bill hopes to achieve, correct?
I would be unaware what Lewiston's up to.
I was just wondering if you'd heard of any other school districts who had taken similar actions.
I just know that schools are, and typically someone will call in and say, you know, student's going to be late this morning for an appointment or something like that. No one really pokes and prods. So I think it's an unnecessary step.
Absolutely. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your time, Representative Fecto.
Thank you very much.
Then up next, we have Miss King, I think is next in the panel to testify. Welcome back, Miss King. We're just going to keep you coming and going between the two different rooms.
Am I on?
We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Okay. Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. I'm Eileen King, Deputy Executive Director of Maine School Management Association, testifying on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and Maine School Superintendents Association in support of LD 55. We support the inclusive intent of this bill and believe it is already in practice in public schools. As our country and state have become more diverse, it is appropriate to recognize religious holidays of all faiths. They are being included on school calendars in more districts to help staff and students be more aware. It is the right thing to do, and it is the responsibility of school leaders to make all students feel safe and welcome. I have attached a policy that addresses this issue and share with you the salient language. A person's absence is excused when the absence is for the following reasons: observance of a recognized religious holiday when the observance is required during regular school day. We also know from our experience in the field and from our discussions with superintendents, this policy is followed in districts. The language in LD 55 proposes, the language LD 55 proposes would support the intent of our policy. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. King. Do we have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this morning. Let's see. Oh, I just realized, Ms. King, how we could see your video. Apparently, we still have you as an attendee and not as a panelist. Not sure how we did that. Okay, give us a split second. Ms. Courtier is going to be coming back. Move to panelist. Okay, I think we have it properly as a panelist. So good morning and welcome back.
Thank you. Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Dr. Holly Couturier, and I'm the Executive Director for the Maine Principal Association's Professional Division, representing more than 800 pre-K to 12 principals and assistant principals of public and private schools in Maine. The Legislative Committee at the Maine Principal Association unanimously supports LD 55. Observing recognized religious holidays are considered an excused absence from school. There is no reason for prior approval to be had in order for a student to not be in school and, in order to observe a recognized religious holiday. For this reason, the MPA urges the committee to vote ought to pass on LD 55.
Thank you so much. And I think you get today's record for most concise testimony of the morning. Well done. Do I have any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for your time this morning.
Absolutely.
I think you'll be back with us for the next bill, but I am putting you back into the attendee portion. Okay, Sam, do we have anyone else on the list who is present to testify on this bill?
I think that's everyone, Senator.
Well, with that, I will now close the public hearing on LD 55. Up next, I will open the hearing on LD 104, an act to protect the health of student athletes by requiring the establishment of procedures to report concussions. And we have our own Representative Brennan presenting this bill. Welcome, Representative Brennan.
Well, thank you, Senator, and I'm glad to be here with other members of the committee. I'm not sure what the protocol is when you're a current member but returning member to the Education Committee in terms of what gifts you're supposed to provide. But I feel certain that when we're back live together, that I will provide some type of sustenance for the committee as a result of presenting this bill. But I hope I won't have to do it for every bill that I bring to the committee, because that would be a pretty hefty amount of money and goods to be bringing. Anyway, thank you very much for having me here today, and I'm really happy to have an opportunity to present this bill. So let me tell you where this bill came from. A year ago, I submitted a bill that had to do with CTE. And it was asking the state to start to track and to understand the implications of CTE in terms of contact sports, in particular with football. The first meeting that I went to of a group that had been convened to look at concussions, what I found out was, and there is no way of gathering data about who currently has CTE, because the most prominent way that you identify CTE now is by autopsy, only after people have passed away. But obviously we can identify concussions, and we also have treatment protocols for concussions. Well, what I found out was that we don't do any statewide tracking in the state, and there's no centralized gathering of data about who has concussions, when they have concussions, how long the concussions last, or what particular sport that concussion might occur in. So I thought it warranted having a discussion with the Education Committee and the public as to whether or not we should continue or start to gather data related to concussions. The reason why this is important is that if you look at any of the research that has to do with concussions, if not properly having proper intervention, proper treatment, and proper protocols, they can lead to significant learning loss, loss of days in school, and potential health problems over an extended period of time. And so the more recent tracking that has been done in concussions has shown some surprising results. And this is national data. This is not unique to the state of Maine, but more recent data has showed actually that young women playing soccer may be at greater risk of getting a concussion than those that are playing football. But only by having that data are you able to understand that being the case and then make adjustments in terms of training, in terms of how the game is played in order to take into account potential concussion. I played soccer for 7 years, and there's nothing I liked more than standing underneath a ball that was kicked 50 feet into the air and bouncing it off the top of my head, because that at the time was the way that you played soccer. I played football for 9 years, and we were always told to lead with your head and to make sure that you used your helmet when trying to make a tackle. We now know that both of those practices are discouraged, if not discontinued, because of the risk of concussions and of further injury. So this proposal, when it started out, the wording on it was require school districts to report, and the department shall develop a process. I've since met, I've spoken to the commissioner, and I've also met with the health or medicine committee of Maine Principals Association to discuss this issue. And it's obviously more complex than just having districts report how many concussions they have. You then can get into demographics. You can get into how many, what particular sport. You can get into length of time. You can get into out of school concussions that might occur. So I really believe that this is an important issue, an important healthcare issue, and one that we should pay attention to. But I recognize that the data collection and the research that we do on this is going to be imperfect. So at this point, I'm suggesting that we change the shall to may, and that we continue to work with the Department of Education to develop data points and do the best we can to start to develop data across the state to better understand concussions and be able to develop best practices to protect the health of our children. And for those of you that have read the DOE testimony, you will see that there are mechanisms to gather data at this point, but there's no centralized collecting of data, and that everything that's done at this point through the Maine Concussion Management Initiative is voluntary, and that school districts can choose to participate and gather data, or they can choose not to. But again, I think working with the department, that we can develop better ways to gather data without imposing undue burdens either on the Department of Education and or local districts. So I will stop at this point, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that anybody might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I have Representative Millette, followed by Representative Salisbury, followed by Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Brennan, good morning.
Good morning. How are things in Cape Elizabeth?
Sunny, which is great.
Great.
So 2 questions. Have you seen has the program that the department described in their testimony, how long has that been up and running?
Is that the Maine Concussion Management Initiative?
It's what you referenced in your testimony.
Correct. That has been available to school districts on a voluntary basis since 2013.
Okay, great. Have you seen the data collected through that voluntary system?
I have not. And when I met with the Sports Medicine Committee, they did mention the fact that apparently the initiative that started in Colby has now gone to UNE, and there was no, again, centralized way of gathering that data. So I'm not sure who has that aggregate information at this point.
That's concerning. So for the work session, I would love to understand better the program that we're being asked to rely on in place of the bill that you submitted, and if indeed there seems to be some weaknesses to the program that's in place now, what efforts are underway to make sure that policymakers can actually have access to the data that's being collected for the work session?
Thank you very much. And the only, I don't know who has proprietary ownership of that data. I don't know if it just goes back to this initiative, but I will check, Representative Millett, and have that available for work session.
Follow up, if I may, Madam Chair?
Yep.
Yeah, and I'd love some clarification on the fact that perhaps it's proprietary and not available to policymakers.
Well, when I say proprietary, I don't know that that it's gathered in a way that it's aggregated, that is made public, but I will check.
Much appreciated.
Thank you. And real quick, before we go to the next question, I do notice that we have Senator Rafferty with us, so I just wanted to give him a chance to introduce himself.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Joe Rafferty, Senate District 34, Acton, Lebanon, parts of Berwick, North Berwick, Wells, and Kennebunk. Thank you.
Senator. Up next, I have Representative Salisbury, followed by Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Brennan, I think you've answered my questions, but it's just around the data collection. It sounds like there's, and I think we'll talk about this, it sounds like in a work session, but I just have questions about if there is already an online tracking system where that data is, basically what Representative Millett was saying. Just, it seems confusing that there is already a mechanism in place to, provide that data. I guess it's just a question of where that data is. And
well, just if I can clarify, and maybe Senator Rafferty and Representative Roach may know more, but the tracking system is a voluntary system, and it's a tracking system that's made available to individual school districts. So that's where I'm not sure at this point that there's an aggregation of that data. It's just used by individual school districts to follow concussion protocol.
okay. All right. So it sounds like there's more to come on that. Thank you.
Yep.
And Representative Dodge, followed by Representative Roach.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will apologize ahead of time for the possible redundancy of my question, but my notes show an entity called the Maine Concussion Management, I'm not sure what, and my other notes with a question mark. How does this intersect with the HIT app, the Head Injury Tracker? If that could perhaps be clarified in some way. I also wonder about the reporting hesitancy that may be experienced at a district level where a school may choose not to report information and how that might be addressed going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dodge. And if I go back, and you can reference my testimony, which I chose not to read, but in 2012, the state of Maine passed a comprehensive law that required every school district in the state of Maine to have a protocol and policy related to concussion. Now, every state in the country has similar legislation. We were not the first, nor were we the last, but every state now has similar protocol. Colby College had an initiative, and it was called the Maine Concussion Management Initiative, where they developed a tracker tool that was then available to local school districts. And as they implemented the statewide policy, this tracker tool allowed them at the local level to monitor and to track concussions within their particular school district. So that's the intersection between state law and between that tracker system. But again, the tracker system is voluntary, where the policy is mandatory. The tracker system, participation in the tracker system, is voluntary.
Thank you. Representative Roach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's more of a
because Representative Brennan asked if Coach Rafferty or I had, Senator Rafferty, excuse me, I'm used to calling him Coach Rafferty, or I had any.
I think coach also works. It's still technical.
Right. We're used to coach, I will say that. So the idea, each school seems to have what I think Representative Brennan has a program. We have to have a program. Excuse me if it's loud in here for a second. Changing blocks. Did I freeze too?
Yes, you have.
Sorry. Can you still hear me? Is that?
Yes.
All right. Sorry about that. I was, but we take, every kid in our district takes a impact test, and we have to follow through with the impact test, and that data should be available. How it gets to anywhere, I'm not sure. It's available to us and it's available to our neurologists and before they're cleared. So there is a program in place to do this, but it's not necessarily statewide. So that's the only thing I will answer on that one. Thank you.
Would the following students please come to the athletic office?
Just poked the wrong button.
Sorry, everything's going haywire on me right here. Sorry.
No worries. On my side, I minimized the window.
I don't know what's going on now.
I think you're all set there. Sorry, Coach Rafferty, since we're switching honorifics. Okay, you're up, Senator Rafferty.
Thank you. No, and thanks very much. I've kind of been looking at this for about a week or so now, only because what we've done has been in place for so long. I just assumed it happened everywhere, to be honest with you. And so we have an excellent management program, whether it's prevention first and then, treatment in the event of someone, if they were evaluated with a concussion. And it's pretty common in football to have this system in place. But what I wasn't aware of was that it wasn't required to report. And, there's no, like you say, there's no real central system that's required. I know that there is one, and I just assume we all did it. So, that just that requirement piece, I guess, it's caught me off guard. But there certainly is a system out there. I think that what happens oftentimes, I'm very fortunate in that I have a trainer on campus. This person's a full-time trainer. And so we have every event is covered, and I think that that's perhaps one of the hesitance a school might have is being, who do we dump this on, so to speak? Who becomes in charge of that in the event that you don't have a trainer? Does it become the school nurse? And then you have the in-school incidences, you have the athletic incidences, and you're dealing with kids that have concussions from out of school. And we don't even know if that information can legally be shared with us, in terms of, because of HIPAA laws. So there's a lot more balancing to this thing than I initially thought. I just figured, why wouldn't everybody just jump on board? So, there's a lot of angles to view, but I do think that we should know, or every school should have knowledge that there is a system out there. And I would like to, us, if we can't require that, we at least make that information available and encourage everyone to use it. I think that down the road, should schools get into situations where they find themselves in court, I think one of the first questions they might be asked, and I'm not a lawyer, but why weren't you using it? Or why didn't you use it if it was available? So, but I think a lot of it is having the personnel designated, who's going to take charge of it, who'll be responsible for it. And then in terms of access, I've never actually looked at the big picture. We're certainly well aware what's going on at our own school, and we're doing all we can to manage that situation by prevention first. And then we do have a protocol as to how to manage. And that's across the table. I mean, if I happen to have a concussion, every teacher that's on my schedule would know that. They'd know what stage I'm in. They'd know what my level of schoolwork can be. All those types of things are shared in-house, which can be and is part of this whole concussion management and protocol. So, I mean, certainly educating the schools throughout Maine, what's there, and trying to give them more access, better access to this. To be quite honest with you, I don't recall if there's a fee attached to it or not, but I'm sure there's a foundation out there that might help in that area, because I think that right now concussion is right on the forefront of everyone's mind. I know in football we worry about it all the time because we're seeing drastic decreases, sadly, statewide in terms of participation numbers. And I think that the potential for head injury is part of that, even though, obviously it's not restricted to just football. Some of our highest numbers locally are in other sports. But in any case, I think it really comes down to how it's managed in-house. It is available. We got to get that information out. And then, in-house schools have to figure out how they're going to manage it, who's going to be responsible for it. Like I said, I have a trainer. Some schools have, I think Coach Roach, we just lost him, but they have folks that come in from local health clinics after school, but that doesn't, I don't know that every event is covered, or maybe only contact sports are covered, that type of thing that's going on. So yes, that's all I can offer. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Rafferty, you've made a good segue for me to make a reminder for new members. Since we're technically in a public hearing, we have to try to keep our comments to questions instead of statements. But there is a trick that several members taught me when I was first elected, is that Senator Rafferty, I think if you add on to what you just said, wouldn't you agree? It's a good way to take your statement and make sure you phrase it as a question. But just a reminder to all the members that in a public hearing, we should try to stick to asking questions and save and use it as an opportunity to gather more data and be able to move forward so that when we're in the work session, we can have all of that material and all of the statements for moving forward on this bill. Up next, we have Representative Dodge, followed by Representative Crockett, unless Senator Rafferty, unless you had a follow-up.
Just an apology.
No worries. Very quickly, I was taught the "wouldn't you agree" lesson. Many members who have been on the committee with me before can tell you many stories of being reminded "wouldn't you agree."
And typically you find sponsors of bills that are pretty agreeable. So
most states, right? Representative Dodge, followed by Representative Crockett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wonder if the Maine Principals Association and one of their athletic subcommittees might be able to help us understand what happens if a school does not have an athletic trainer and they have a school nurse that is perhaps only part-time, and just in general, how this is handled as far as the communication on the ground, please. Thank you.
Yep.
Representative Crockett, who I also had to give the "wouldn't you agree" lesson on his first year in the IDEA committee. Not to pick up Representative
I don't remember that. But I'm very pleased that you mentioned it again today because I was ready to ramble. But now I will ask this as a question.
Wonderful.
Do we have any concussion protocols in place today in our high schools or middle schools, et cetera? And when I suggest that, obviously, you go into the NFL. And if there's a sense that there's been, any type of head injury, possible concussion, they immediately go into what they call concussion protocol, and they're not allowed to return to activity until they have been cleared. Do we have anything like that currently in our system?
Well, again, I would rely on Representative Roach and Senator Rafferty, but the answer to that, Representative Crockett, is yes. Every school district in the state of Maine has to have a protocol that they follow in regards to concussions during athletic events. And again, this is where this got a little bit more complex for me. And Senator Rafferty touched on this as well. Some school districts have full-time trainers, others do not. And so there's inconsistencies across the state in terms of how those protocols are carried out, or the ability of the local school district to respond to those protocols. But the simple fact of the matter is every school district should be able to show you a policy and a protocol that they follow for a student that may be experiencing a concussion due to participating in an athletic event.
Okay, may I follow up, Madam Chair? You know, that's great. And assuming that that is being done across the board, that should lend to immediate documentation when any type of injury occurs. I would want to believe that that information and that documentation should be readily available. But maybe I'm overly optimistic.
Wouldn't you agree?
Wouldn't you agree?
Well, Representative, not to be disagreeable, and again, in my testimony and the purpose of the bill is to point out the fact that while that information may be available, it is not aggregated, collated by the Department of Education to be accessible to you, to me, and other members of the legislature.
Thank you. Representative McCray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the risk of maybe expanding something, which is never really helpful, okay, it crossed my mind that maybe this bill might be a little more narrow than would be good. I think it's a great bill, but what about the fist fight, the fight on the campus during recess, or the kid that slips and falls in the hall? Would it be, and this is just for the work session, would that be something that could be enveloped into the realm of this bill so that the same protocol could follow?
Well, Representative McCray, you just hit upon the problem I ran into once I had drafted the bill. Again, when I met with the Health Subcommittee of Maine Principals Association, they very much want to look at concussions across the board. Somebody might be snowboarding, somebody might be doing exactly what you said on school grounds, has nothing to do with athletics, but they sustain a concussion. And that's where then the data collection piece became more complex about who's going to be responsible for providing that data, who's going to make that report, and do we require that in every school district of every instance across the state? So that's where I've kind of gone back and forth between, I agree with you, I'd love to have that data of how many concussions we have in school districts across the state of Maine, and I'm open to having that discussion. Or do we keep it more narrowly focused just on those that participate in athletic events? And again, I think it gets to be more problematic to require the department to come up with a method of gathering data on every concussion that occurs on school grounds. And that's why I've gone a little bit, I've moved from the shall to a may, and say, let's work with the department with the data collection mechanisms that we have at this point to see what we have, look at what the data is, and see how we can expand upon that, and how we can work with local school districts to get databases over a period of time that will give us a better picture. So thank you for raising that question. And I don't have you know, I leave it up to some degree to the committee, but at this point, I'm trying to steer a path to do something that gives us more data than what we have now, without making it so big and cumbersome that we get nowhere.
Thank you very much.
Do I have any further questions from the committee? Seeing none. Oh, Representative Crockett.
Yeah, just a clarifying question. For schools that have extracurricular athletic events, is an athletic trainer mandatory? Okay, Representative Stern's shaking his head. Okay, so there's never a point person that's consistent across the board that we currently could
Madam
get.
Chair,
Yes.
Well,
can I just ask folks?
I'd like
to try
to
to ask questions, and we can have the deeper dive for the work session, because it's 2 of 12. We still have people who want to testify. I know this is a really important topic, and I too have lots I would like to say, but I'm holding that for our work session. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Brennan, did you have a response before I move on to the next testimony?
I just, to Representative Crockett, in terms of trainer, I'd have to go back and look at the statute, but I believe that there is a requirement that there's some medical personnel that is available to monitor events.
Thank you. Seeing any further questions from the committee? Emphasis on questions. Seeing none, up next we have Representative Hymanson, who is here to testify on the bill. Promoting her. Welcome, and still technically good morning, Representative Hymanson.
Good morning. Thank you. I've been listening to this with interest, and I appreciate the discussion. Hey, everybody. I miss you all. I'm in my son's bedroom. You know, it's not the same as the State House. But I understand why we're not there, but I'm really hoping that we get back at some point. I miss you all. Good morning, Representative Brennan, Senator Daughtry, and the Joint Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I'm Patty Hymanson. I represent House District 4, which is parts of York, Wells, Sanford, and all of Ogunquit. This bill requires, although I'm understanding the issue, and I appreciate that, as my last paragraph will speak about, the Commissioner of Education to create a procedure for schools to report annually the number of concussions and head injuries occurring while students participate in school activity and athletics. I'm here to speak in favor of this bill, or at least of the concept. Thank you, Representative Brennan, for continuing to bring forward the important issue of concussions. With this bill goes the saying, we can't change what we don't measure. As an adult neurologist in clinical practice for over 25 years on the Seacoast, diagnosing and treating concussions and traumatic brain injuries was part of my practice. Over the past 10 years, schools, coaches, and athletic personnel have become more familiar with what a concussion looks like when it happens, how to evaluate the student, and make decisions about returning to play or not. My 3 children were student athletes, and I know that it has only been in the past 5 years or so that society and athletic personnel have taken the brain injury associated with concussions with the seriousness it deserves. Concussions, large and small, set up inflammatory changes in the brain that can lead to chronic traumatic encephalopathy, CTE, as people age. This syndrome, CTE, produces memory loss, irritability, potentially leading to dementia and severe behavioral changes. The brain is a consistency of tofu, floating in spinal fluid surrounded by a tough membrane, then the skull. When the brain bounces off the skull in an acceleration-deceleration injury, it bruises and the nerve connections stretch. This causes immediate symptoms like seeing stars, dizziness, nausea, fatigue, and slowness of thinking that can calm down over time. But this also sets up an inflammatory response in the brain that accumulates and can potentiate over years, especially with repeat concussions. We only have one brain. It does not regenerate well and it heals poorly. Measuring the yearly numbers of concussion in public and private schools, in school activities, including athletics, is a policy step we should take and direct the Commissioner of Education to create a procedure to collect the number. My caveat, as you've been talking about, is the number collected is only as good as the number of concussions identified and recorded. If not done well, the number will be misleading. Assuring that the schools are capable of recognizing and counting concussions and not be hesitant to report will assure the public and us as policymakers that the number collected is as accurate as it can be. Consideration to expand the language of this bill to accomplish that might be reasonable if you have doubts. And from the discussion you just had, it seems like doubt is reasonable. But moving forward to collect data so we can understand the problem is important. So I hope that you do move forward on some aspect of this bill because we can't change what we can't measure. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to take questions as you have them.
Thank you so much, Representative Hymanson. Do we have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Yeah. And great wall color. Love that.
My son picked it out.
Oh, pass on our regards on that. Up next, we have John Ryan from the Maine Athletic Trainers Association. And welcome, Mr. Ryan. Good afternoon, as of 4 minutes ago. And while we're just waiting for Mr. Ryan to come on board, Sam, do we have anyone else who's indicated that they would like to testify on this bill?
Looks like Mr. Michael Burnham is still there. And I think he might be the last one. I'll double check though while Mr. Ryan gives his testimony.
Welcome, Mr. Ryan. The floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon. Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to speak before you this morning on LD 104, an act to protect the health of student athletes by requiring the establishment of procedures to report concussions. I am the certified athletic trainer at South Portland High School, president of the Maine Athletic Trainers Association, as well as a member of the Maine Concussion Management Initiative and the Maine Principals Association's Sports Medicine Advisory Committee. I am here today to speak in favor of this legislation with the caveat that the establishment of procedures to report concussions include all students. Concussions are not an athlete-only phenomenon, as we all know. They occur across the student population and in a variety of ways, from falls at home to biking, skiing, skateboarding, to participation in sport, and even out on our playgrounds. According to the CDC estimates, an estimated 1.6 to 3.8 million sports and recreation-related concussions occur each year in this country. 1.5 million Americans suffer from traumatic brain injuries, and fewer than 1 in 20 will get the facts they need to properly care for and manage these injuries so that they do not suffer long-term debilitating effects to their health and mental well-being. Certified athletic trainers who are providing coverage in 91 of Maine's public and private high schools have been reporting concussions for years, just as they would any other injury. Since 2014, many of us have been reporting through the use of the Maine Concussion Management Initiative's HIT, or Head Injury Tracker app. The HIT app allows the certified athletic trainer to enter student athlete demographic information, sport played, when the injury occurred, medical history, including previous concussion history, learning disability, whether they have ever been diagnosed with anxiety or depression, symptoms, return to academics, return to sport. The HIT app allows us and researchers to look at trends in concussion mechanism of injury and recovery more closely. What we are seeing with our athletes in the classroom are that concussion symptoms may translate into a variety of challenges in learning, some of which you've already heard in previous testimony. Cognitive symptoms may result in problems with speed of reading, difficulties doing multi-step math problems, problems with maintaining consistent attention throughout the class, and or distractibility. Anecdotally, the same is being reported in the general student population. But we are in need of finding a mechanism that allows schools to capture the effects of concussion on the learning process of all students, not just athletes. There are a variety of challenges that schools face to report the incidence of concussions on students. One of those is manpower. And we heard in previous testimony that in certain areas of the state, schools may have a part-time nurse, or they have a school nurse that's required to make the rounds in 4 or 5 of a district's schools. So it can be challenging for school nurses and even for us as athletic trainers who are spread thin, covering different events to try to record all of that. So that's certainly something that will have to be explored further. With the pandemic and other student health related issues, school nurses are required to keep track of many, if not all, are feeling overwhelmed. Additionally, there's a shortage of school nurses, which I just referenced. As referenced earlier, only 91 of the state's public and private high schools have athletic training coverage. There's 140 plus high schools in the state of Maine. So, and the majority of those schools that do not have coverage are in the more remote areas of the state, down east, Piscataquis County, far reaches of Western Maine. So that the job of taking care of those kids often falls on the coaches, athletic administrators, school nurses, who will refer them on to a local healthcare provider. The other challenge is finding the appropriate tool for reporting the occurrence of concussions, and then being able to pull together the data that we are looking for in terms of its effect on student learning and the long-term effects on their health. Having used the HIT app myself for several years now, I think that could be a very good tool to use and provide you with the data that you would be looking to get. But I will leave that up to you and other decision makers to decide on what the best tool for that is going to be. In closing, while I support this legislation in the sense that it is critically important that we have a procedure in place in our high schools to report concussions, it needs to be a procedure that is used to report the concussions of all students, not just athletes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Mr. Ryan. Do I have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your time. Up next, and Sam, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe the last we have to testify is Mr. Burnham, who I am promoting to a panelist. Let's see. Welcome and good afternoon, Mr. Burnham. Do we have you on the line, Mr. Burnham? Fingers crossed. There we go. Welcome.
All
Good afternoon.
All right. So thank you. Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Michael Burnham. I'm the Executive Director of the Interscholastic Division of the Maine Principals Association. We currently have 150 member schools that make up the Interscholastic Division, member high schools, that is. I'm not going to repeat a lot of the testimony that I've heard others, including Mr. Ryan, but there are some key points that I'd like to touch on. First of all, we're testifying neither for nor against. That doesn't mean that we don't support Representative Brennan's bill and the collection of data. We would welcome an opportunity to work with the Department of Education, work with the Maine Concussion Management Initiative as we move forward, but not knowing what that program looks like. Our legislative committee unanimously took the stance of neither for nor against. Couple of points that I would like to make. While we know that a number of head injuries and concussions occur in athletics, we would also like to see data collection that expands beyond just the school-based athletics, that we know a number of these kids are participating in outside programs, then coming into our school. And we know that every weekend and every afternoon, kids being kids are sustaining head injuries. We know that every one of these head injuries are having an impact on their education. We have all of our schools, and I was part of a work group with the department back when this was first organized, the concussion protocol. They all do have a concussion management team. I think that they all look at each one of these head injuries in a way that what's the impact first that it has on the child's education and their learning, and then second of all, maybe expanding that into athletics, and that there is certainly a correlation there. We know that there is a reporting tool through MCMI. It is a tool. It's a great starting point to look at data collection. We know that in working with them, and we've heard a couple of the members of the committee speak about the impact testing and the baseline testing that takes place. But I think it needs to be clearly defined who's going to collect the data, how it's going to be released. We feel strongly it needs to be de-identified. That Senator Rafferty, I think it was, that brought up the point around HIPAA violations. Certainly the medical people working with the health agencies are worried about FERPA requirements. So we just need to be careful that any information that we are gathering is de-identified. Also, a question that has come up is how long are we going to keep this data? That we've heard that the long-term effects, 10, 15 years down the road, we may see some long-term effects of these head injuries. But that what we're looking at is really in the short term. The question came up, who's the point person at events? I wish that we had athletic trainers in all of our schools. Currently with 150 schools, Mr. Ryan just reported that 91 of them have athletic trainer services. I think it's important to note that the majority of those are part-time services, maybe with some game coverage, maybe with some time, office time with the trainer can see the athletes, but the vast majority of our schools do not have a full-time athletic trainer. That falls back onto your athletic administrators, that falls back onto your individual coaches. Athletic trainers are going to mostly cover your events. Oftentimes these head injuries may occur in practice. So having a well-defined concussion management team and how that's going to work through the individual schools and hopefully give us the data that we need is crucial. So I'm going to end it there because anything else I had in my notes has already been said, and I supported that. And again, we really appreciate Representative Brennan coming to our Sports Medicine Advisory Committee meeting last week and being a part of the discussion. And we look forward to working with with your group as well as the department as we move forward, because we do think that this is important information that could really help. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Burnham. Do I have questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your time and your testimony this afternoon. Oh, wait, Senator Woodson.
Yes. In regards to going to a work session on this at some point, this seems to be growing in scope, could grow in scope. I'd like some information or data on if it grows into a comprehensive issue of all students, what are the how is the interaction of, say, people's private health insurance, school insurance, state covered main care, et cetera, how is this all going to work if it comes to a school-wide coverage for concussions? That's my question.
Okay. I think that when you start getting into medical insurance and you start talking about specific coverage, that would be beyond what we're looking for here, which is really just the reporting of information. That would need to be very careful that didn't become part of our data collection. Representative Brennan, do you want to?
I think we're getting a nod.
Yes.
Thank you,
Yes.
Senator Woodson. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the work session, this is not directed at any folks who've been testifying, but hopefully Ms. Rissler could help provide examples of other states that perhaps have a program like this in place. So we can kind of wrap our heads around what that might look like.
Sounds good. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time, Mr. Burnham.
Thank you.
Sam, do we have anyone else who's put their name forward for testifying this afternoon, morning combo?
I see a few more names in I think they're just hanging out from previous testimonies, Senator, but that's all that I have for LD 104.
Is there any way for if you're an attendee to be able to send a message?
Yeah, yep, they should be able to message us.
Okay, so this is, I guess, would be last call for anyone who's in the attendee portion of our Zoom public hearing, going once, going twice for your ability to testify on this bill.
Yeah, maybe give them like 3 seconds or something.
Representative, do you have a follow-up question? Because I still see your hand is raised. Okay, I'm gonna lower your hand there. And just warning, it's about mailman o'clock, so the dog might start barking. Hopefully not. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone speak up, right, Sam?
Yeah, I think we're okay. These were all that I saw.
Perfect. Well, with that, I will close the hearing on LD 104. Thank you, everyone, for your first official run of public hearings. I think we did pretty well despite a few technological errors. We do have confirmation hearings starting at 1. So go grab some lunch and circle back, and we'll be back here then. And Sam, we do just leave and join like we do normally, correct? For getting on for the afternoon.
Yes, I believe everybody who joined as a panelist should have no issues. If for the people that joined as attendees and then they try and there are issues, just go ahead and reach out to me and I'll make sure I resend the link.
Perfect. Representative Millette managed to put herself in as an attendee and appears to be raising her hand as an attendee. So I think now we know that you can do that.
Yeah, the webinar there's a lot of functions.
I'm putting Representative Millette back in just to make sure she didn't actually have a question. Let's see. Representative Millette, were you showing us that you can raise your hand as an attendee or trapped somewhere in the massive network of the interwebs?
I did nothing. Nothing. I didn't touch a keyboard key. I did nothing. I was just standing here listening. Just saying. It's a Monday.
It is a very much a Monday. On that note, everyone, we will break for lunch and we'll see you all back here this afternoon. Take care.
Hey,
Here.
Okay. What's going on?
Trying to have this meeting load.
Uh-huh.
So I try to click on the video in there.
Yeah.
Start my video. Okay, try that. See, if I put the video down at the bottom and try to get in there. See, it doesn't.
Mr. Katz, can you hear me?
We can hear you. We're just trying to get his video camera to work.
Yeah, what are you trying to access this on? Are you on a phone or a computer?
A computer.
Like a laptop or a desktop?
Desktop.
Huh. Oh, give me one moment.
Oh, of course. There. All right.
All right, sorry about that. Were you able to get it back on?
Let's see.
And do you see it's at the bottom there? It's should say like stop video, start video. It's next to the microphone.
Yeah, and it's not recognizing Roger's camera for whatever reason.
Oh, okay. It sounds like it might be with the computer. Let me see. I can ask to start video. Let me click this and see if anything. Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Cool, cool.
Okay.
All right.
I think she had to start video too.
Oh, okay. All right.
Sorry about that, Mr. Katz.
That's okay. Quite all right. Well, I think we're good to go now. I'm gonna get out of the camera here for now. I am first, correct, Sam?
Yes, let me double check the schedule here. Actually, I think we had an email earlier. Let me check there.
Yeah, you sent me an email well, not today, but before that said I was first. I just need to make sure I am because I've got a hearing I've got to be at.
Yeah, yep. And then so just two things. The members will start, they're hoping to be meeting again at 1 p.m. Sometimes it takes them a few minutes for everybody to get on.
Yep, okay.
And then also everything is still, this is all live stream. So everything that, is seen or said is still on YouTube right now.
Yes, sir. Okay.
But
Thanks
yeah,
very much.
no problem. We'll see you in about 20 minutes.
Thanks for your help. Yep.
You're welcome. Welcome to everybody that's joining us. Just wanted to make a note that we are already live streaming on YouTube, so anything that is said or seen on video will be broadcast out to YouTube.
Beth, it's good to see you. You're still muted.
There we go. How's that?
Great. I was pleased to see that you're being nominated. Congratulations. That's great.
Thank you very much.
But then I also saw, did you move to Falmouth?
Oh, we moved out of Portland 6 years ago, and we moved to Bethel 6 months ago.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry to lose you in Portland.
Well, I'm sorry to have left. This going to the Western Mountains is my husband's idea.
Paul?
Yeah, he's an avid fisherman, hunter, etc., and he just wanted
Well,
to
is
get
he still at Detroit?
Oh
Is he
yeah, he's
still
still working.
Yeah. Huh. Well, you know who is in Bethel, Maine? Is Richard Blanco,
Oh,
the presidential poet.
yeah.
Yeah, he lives in Bethel.
Wow, I haven't run into him, but it's not a time of year or place in history that you run into people like that.
Yeah, he actually grew up in Miami and went to Florida International University, and now he's in Bethel. So
Where we're having consistent lows in the single digits this week.
Right, I know. Now, are you retired or?
I am. I retired in October of 2019.
19, and you didn't go back to Beryl Dana. You went right from the bench to retirement.
Yes.
Yep. Well, you did a great job as a district court judge, and you're just going to be great on the board of trustees.
Well, I hope so. I feel like I knew a little bit more about the subject matter in the district court that I do about, even though I've attended 2 of our finer universities.
Yeah. Well, between you and Senator Cates and Senator Rotundo, it's a really good list of nominees.
Now, we were told that we might be in a holding tank for a while before things got kicked off. Should I go find another place to hang out?
Not necessarily. Well, we have 4 persons at this point, and I know that Senator Cates wanted to go. He was listed for 3rd. You were listed for 2nd, so we might reverse that order. Senator Daughtry has to go off to do something, and Senator Cates is her constituent, so she wanted to be here when he was nominated. But Melissa, is that going to work okay?
Representative, can you hear me okay?
I can. Yes.
Okay, great. I was trying to mute myself, but it wasn't working. Senator Cates needs to be, he has a hard stop deadline at 2:30.
Oh, well, we'll get through that. That's not
okay. And Chief Legal Counsel Jerry Reed is going to be doing the University of Maine Board of Trustees introductions.
Okay. Well, again, Senator Daughtry got called off to a leadership meeting. And so we're probably going to start off with Wendy Morrison.
Okay, I'll be doing Wendy.
And then we'll go to Senator Cates.
And is she the student trustee?
She's not today.
And then we'll go to Beth and we'll do Peggy last. And she's scheduled to go last anyway.
Great. Originally, we were told that the nominees would be having a different link than the panelist links. So when we did our prep work last week, I told them they'd be in sort of like a holding pattern, but maybe that's not happening. So I'm just, so I see I see all the UMaine folk. No, I don't. I see Wendy. I guess I'm not seeing Peggy yet.
And we do have Senator Cates is also in the waiting as well.
Yeah, I see him here. I see Beth just waiting on Peggy, I think.
I'm visible, but Roger is not.
I see his name here. I don't know if he can hear me or not. Oh, there he is. Yeah, he's here.
Reporting for duty. Yes, here I am.
I think we're waiting for Jerry Reed now and Beth. Let me just text both of them.
Roger, good to see you. It's been a while.
Sorry, who said that?
This is Beth Dobson.
Hi, Beth. It's nice to see you too.
I'm up here.
Right.
Or at least on my screen I am.
Congratulations to you.
And to you as well.
Looking forward to it, assuming all goes well here.
And Senator, I was just saying, Representative Daughtry got called to another meeting, and she wanted to be here during your confirmation hearing because you're a constituent of hers.
Yeah.
So we might go with Ms. Morrison first, and then with you second, and we'd definitely get you done by 2:30.
That would be great, Representative.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I just, okay, there's Jerry. Just messaged Peggy to see how she's doing. So.
I just noticed my power is down, so I'm going to get the cord and plug it in.
Okay. And Melissa.
Yes.
Just so you know, at the request of Representative Stearns, we're probably going to only read the script for the first person.
Sure.
And not every time.
Fine. Yeah.
Just so we'll just read it the first time and say it applies to everybody else.
Perfect.
And,
perfect.
Somebody will make a motion, but we won't necessarily read through the script all 4 times.
That's fine with us. And I've let Jerry know that same thing for the statutory reading in his testimony, that normally in a normal hearing, I just read it 1 time. So he doesn't need to read it 3 or 4 times.
Well, just for members of the public, it's probably worth it for us to read at least 1 time.
All right, Peggy reports that she's here. There she is, I see her. So we've got Beth's here, Roger, Peggy, and Wendy. We've got everybody now, I believe.
Okay.
And can I mention that I have 2 persons who I wanted to submit their remarks in writing and not be on Zoom. They wanted to be on Zoom. Since I'm going later, can I have them maybe get back on at 2 o'clock?
Do they have their participant links? Do you know, Beth?
I sent them the email that told them what to do.
Okay.
And so I hope they did that. There's someplace sort of in a black closet by themselves, I guess.
Yeah, somewhere in the ether.
Melissa, did you receive and forward comments from Paula Silsby and Colleen Curry?
Never did get anything from Paula. Hold on 1 second. Let me just double check. Unless it came in and I didn't see it.
Right, let me see how we're doing. We're missing, I know we're missing the senator. And I don't see Representative Stearns yet. All right, we'll take a couple more minutes, just a minute or two to get everybody here.
Beth, Paula says that she's going to do the Zoom, so I'm not sure if she's in that holding tank or not. But
she is apparently doing the same thing that Dean Corey is. She's submitting verbal testimony and apparently not do written testimony.
so I assume that somebody will let her in when the appropriate time gets here.
I don't know where Representative Stearns is.
He's on.
Oh, there he is. All right. There he is. And Representative Millett, did Maddie get a chance, the senator get a chance to talk to you?
Yep, I'm all set.
Okay, you're all set. Great. Great. And Sam, are we all set with at your end?
I feel good.
Okay. Then we're going to go ahead and get started. And my name is Michael Brennan. I'm a state representative from Portland, and I represent District 36, and I am the co-chair of the Education Committee. And my Senate co-chair has been called for another task at this point. So I will open this nomination process and we will proceed until we have 4 nominations to do this afternoon, and we'll proceed with those as scheduled. But the first thing we want to do, obviously, is to have everybody introduce themselves, and I will call on people for introductions. And I will start with Senator Rafferty, if you could introduce yourself.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. My name is Joe Rafferty. I am representing Senate District 34, which includes Lebanon and Acton, North Berwick, Potts of Berwick, Kennebunk, and Wells.
Thank you. And Senator Woodson?
Yes, good afternoon. Dave Woodson, Senate District 33. Thank you.
And Representative Millette?
Good afternoon. I'm Representative Rebecca Millette. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
And Representative Stearns? You're muted. You're muted, Paul. You're muted.
Did I do better that time?
You could do it. Now it's better.
My apology. My name is Paul Stern. I represent House District 119, which consists of a dozen towns and the unorganized territories of Piscataquis County.
Okay, thank you. And Representative Salisbury.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Representative Brennan. My name is Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Thank you. And Representative Crockett.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ed Crockett, District 43, part of Portland and part of Falmouth.
And Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Dave McCray from Aroostook County. I live in Fort Fairfield, and I represent people of House District 148. Good afternoon.
And Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. My name is Jan Dodge. I represent House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo.
Great. And Representative Sampson. Heidi, are you with us? Okay. Representative Lyman. Okay, hopefully they'll come on at some point. So we're very fortunate to have 4 outstanding nominees today, 1 to the board of Maine Maritime Academy and 3 to the Board of Trustees of the University of Maine System. And at the request of Representative Stearns, we've decided only to read the introductory script for the first person and then have it apply to everybody else. So we're only going to do this one time. And as I read the script, I will then call on Representative Millette, who will make the motion. We're going to start with Wendy Morrison and her nomination to Maine Maritime Academy. And then after that, we'll look for a statement from the governor's office. We'll look for a statement from Ms. Morrison, and then we'll take whatever members of the public that might want to comment on those nominations. After we're complete with that nomination, we will proceed to Roger Cates. And then we have Beth Dobson, and lastly, Peggy Rotundo. So I'll start with the script at this point. That's a prefatory reading of the script. But he said, this is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee of Education and Cultural Affairs for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Captain Wendy Morrison of Dickinson for the reappointment to the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees. This meeting today is being conducted electronically. Under the law and joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will send written notice of the committee's recommendation to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor or her representatives, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Before we get started, I want to share some information related to the fact that this meeting is being conducted using electronic format. This meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is participating in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People testifying cannot be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. This meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after the committee has concluded. So that's the opening statement that will abbreviate pretty significantly for the remaining three. And at this point, pursuant to Section 3, Section 157 of the main statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Representative Millette for the purposes of making such a motion.
I move, excuse me, I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of Captain Wendy Morrison of Dickinson for reappointment to the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees.
Right. And I don't believe that needs to be seconded at this point, but that would be once we've concluded the presentation. So at this point, I will turn to Melissa O'Neill Lowe, who is with the appointments, the Director of Appointments for the Governor, to make opening statements on behalf of Ms. Morrison.
Thank you so much, Representative Brennan and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Melissa O'Neill Lowe, and I am the Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Janet T. Mills. I am pleased to be here before you today to present Governor Mills' nomination for the reappointment of Captain Wendy L. Morrison of Dickinson, Texas, to the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees. Maine Maritime Academy's Board of Trustees can be found in Maine Revised Statutes under Title V, Chapter 4, Section 1206. The board consists of 16 members, all appointed by the governor. Among its duties, the Board of Trustees is responsible for the governance of the Academy, appoints its president, approves academic programming, confers degrees for students who have completed all requirements for graduation, and sets tuition rates and operating budgets. Captain Wendy L. Morrison is being nominated for reappointment to seat number 10, which does not require the trustee be from Maine. A native of Washington County, Maine, and a graduate of MMA, Captain Morrison has served on the board since 2014, a role she has proven is well-deserved. Her dedication and service to Maine Maritime and the mariner industry started long before becoming a trustee to this board. Wendy Morrison has spent her entire life's career working in the maritime industry, graduating from MMA with a Bachelor of Science and a third mate's license, and holds a Master of Maritime Management from the Loeb Sullivan School of International Business and Logistics at MMA. She is a U.S. Coast Guard licensed Master of Steam and Motor Vessels of any gross ton upon oceans, with over 40 years of experience in the maritime industry. Captain Morrison was appointed by the governor of the state of Texas to provide pilotage services for the ports of Galveston County, where she currently is a ship pilot for Galveston, Texas City Pilots, providing management and oversight for her pilotage services for the ports of Galveston County. Her passion, dedication, and experience in the maritime industry are second to none. This experience has translated to her participation on Maine Maritime's Board of Trustees by allowing that experience to help develop maritime trends, curriculum, monitor regulation shifts, and mariner requirements for student opportunity and their academic success. Her participation and service to MMA's Board of Trustees is an essential part of MMA's success, and her continued service has been noted by the governor, thus recommending her for reappointment. It is because of these reasons outlined here today that I ask you to support the reappointment of Captain Wendy L. Morrison of Dickinson, Texas. And on behalf of the governor, I thank you for your time and your consideration today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that any of you may have.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill Lowe. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none. We will now proceed to Ms. Morrison, and thank you for being here. Thank you for agreeing to be reappointed to serve in your capacity, and we would welcome any comments that you have at this point.
Well, thank you, President Brennan, members of the Educational and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Wendy Morrison. I live in Dickinson, Texas, and I'm here today to discuss with you my nomination to the Board of Trustees for Maine Maritime Academy, Castine, Maine. I grew up in Perry, Maine, a small town in Washington County. With the support of my parents, I attended Maine Maritime Academy. The education I received has helped me to spend my entire professional life working within the maritime industry. After graduating from Maine Maritime Academy, I worked on ships, starting out as a third mate. When I left the Merchant Marine 12 years later for a shoreside position with Shell Oil Company, I had raised my US Coast Guard license to a master's, unlimited tonnage upon oceans. I obtained a Master of Science degree in maritime management between shipping assignments. I left Shell Oil to become a Galveston, Texas City pilot, where I've been a pilot for over 23 years. Being a pilot, I've had the opportunity to have daily interactions with all facets of the maritime industry, port development, shipping companies, port officials, and ship's crew members from all parts of the world. This exposure has given me an insight into developing trends, regulation shifts, and requirements that students will need to be successful in the industry. And my heartfelt desire to see the Academy continue to flourish and provide students with the best education available motivates me to seek this position. If given the opportunity, I feel that I can contribute positively to the Academy, keeping it relevant to the times we live in. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. I appreciate those. And at this point, we'll take any questions from members of the committee of Ms. Morrison. Seeing none. I'll just make one quick comment. My father graduated from Maine Maritime Academy in 1945.
Oh, wow.
And at that time, the Maine Maritime opened in 1941. And it was a 2-year program, and he graduated in 45 and found it to be one of the best experiences of his life, spending time in Castine. So
beautiful town.
Again, seeing no questions from members of the committee. So I'll go back to reading this part of the script, or not the script so much, but are there any members of the public? And Sam, are we asking people to notify us in the chat that they'd like to testify?
Yes, Representative. If those who are an attendee, I think for sure, 2 out of the 3 are speaking on behalf of Beth Dobson. Michael Burnham would be the only one. Michael Burnham, if you're here to testify on behalf of Wendy Morrison, could you send us a message in the chat?
So he's coming back from this morning to testify this afternoon?
It seems like it. Yeah, he's back in there.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Do we have him with us somewhere?
Haven't heard anything. I think we're okay.
Okay. So, Ms. O'Neill Lowe, do you know, is there anybody that would be testifying in support of Ms. Morrison? If you just unmute yourself.
There we go. If there were any to testify, I believe we have been asking our nominees to send in written testimony. So I think, does that sound right, Wendy?
Yes, I think Dr. Brennan had a.
Yes.
Mhm.
We were in receipt of that, just so you know.
Where do we have somebody?
We received the written testimony from Dr. Brennan.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. All right. Well, we will now proceed to the vote. All public comments have been taken. The committee will now proceed as follows. Review any additional written comments on the nomination that have been received by the committee. Vote on the nomination and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA Section 151, 57, and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of the governor's written notice. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Cultural Affairs for Captain Wendy Morrison of Dickinson for reappointment to the Maine Board of Trustees is now closed. And I'll take my scissors to do that at this point. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. At this point, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any members present object to proceeding to take the vote immediately. Are there any objections? I see none. Okay, given there are no objections, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Captain Wendy Morrison of Dickinson for reappointment to the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none. Sam, do you want to read the roll, and then people will either by hand vote notify that they're in favor, and if it's no, I guess we'll take a verbal indication of that.
Representative, I think it's just a roll call vote. Okay. I think I read through each member, okay. and then
everybody will say yes or no.
I think that's
okay. All right. Then
all right.
Go ahead.
Senator Daughtry, I believe, is absent. So Senator Daughtry is absent. Senator Rafferty. Senator,
you're muted.
Yay.
Senator Rafferty votes yay. Senator Woodsum.
Yes.
Senator Woodsum votes yay. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yay. Representative Millette.
Yay.
Representative Millette votes yay. Representative McCray.
Yay.
Representative McCray votes yay. Representative Dodge.
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett.
Yay.
Representative Crockett votes yay. Representative Salisbury.
Yay.
Representative Salisbury votes yay. Representative Stearns.
Yay.
Representative Stearns votes yay. Representative Sampson.
Yay.
Representative Sampson votes yay. Representative Lyman.
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yay. And Representative Roach. I don't see him on either. Okay, Representative Roach absent.
So I believe, Sam, you count very quickly, but that's 11 members of the committee that voted in the affirmative.
Correct, Representative.
And there were 2 that were absent. So given that 11 have voted in the affirmative, none in the negative, 2 absent, it's the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs that the nomination of Captain Wendy Morrison of Dickinson for reappointment to the Maine Maritime Academy Board of Trustees is confirmed.
Thank you all very much. Thank you.
And we're sorry not to be able to be present with you to confirm you on your nomination and to thank you and to take the appropriate picture of the committee and everybody else. But hopefully there'll be another time and another place for that to occur.
I'm looking forward to it. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. We appreciate it. We will now move to our second confirmation hearing that to the Maine State Board of Education and I'm sorry, Maine State Board of Trustees for the university system. And I will briefly just skip over the fact that this is a confirmation hearing and remind people again that this is live and on Zoom. And then pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend the confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Representative Willett for making the motion to confirm Roger Cates of Brunswick as a member of the Board of Trustees of the University of Maine system.
Representative, you stole my thunder. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of the Honorable Roger J. Cates, Esquire of Brunswick, for appointment to the University of Maine System Board of Trustees.
Thank you. And we will now turn to Ms. O'Neill Lowe again for comments from the governor's office on the nominee.
Actually, Representative Brennan, our chief legal counsel, Jerry Reed, is going to be doing the University of Maine. That's okay. Thank you.
And Mr. Reed is with us. So Mr. Reed, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Brennan. Good afternoon, Representative Brennan and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Jerry Reed. I am Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Janet Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the nomination of the Honorable Roger Cates of Brunswick as a member of the University of Maine System Board of Trustees. Maine's University System Board of Trustees is described in Maine Revised Statutes Title 20A, Section 10901. The board consists of 16 members, 15 of whom are appointed by the governor. One of the 15 is a student trustee. The 16th member is the Commissioner of the Department of Education. Roger Cates of Brunswick is being nominated to fill seat number 13. The charter of the University of Maine System states, the Board of Trustees, in consultation with the Chancellor, is the governing and planning body of the university, and in addition has responsibility for preparing and approving the operating and capital budgets of the university and presenting them in accordance with the direction in Maine Revised Statutes Title V, Section 1665, and Title V, Chapter 153. In fulfilling its duties, the Board of Trustees shall support and enhance the system and the mission of the system, provide sound financial management of the system, exercise prudent stewardship of the assets of the system, evaluate the Chancellor and the Presidents appointed by the Board of Trustees pursuant to Section 4A, plan strategies for programs and allocation of resources that most effectively serve the educational needs of the citizens of the state, develop and maintain a strong system of accountability to the public for performance results of the system, visibly advocate higher education as a means to strengthen the economy and communities of the state, and establish mechanisms for review and approval of system programs. The Honorable Roger Cates is a longtime resident of Maine, having been raised here in Augusta and graduating from Coney High School. He holds a bachelor's degree from Harvard College and received his JD from Boston University. Attorney Cates is a senior partner at the Augusta-based law firm of Littman and Cates. He is a member of the Maine State Bar Association and past president of the Maine Trial Lawyers Association. Aside from his professional undertakings, Attorney Cates has demonstrated a lifelong commitment to public service. From 2006 to 2010, he was mayor of Augusta, and then went on to serve 4 terms in the Maine State Senate from 2010 through 2018. He distinguished himself during his legislative service through thoughtful debate and by continually striving to reach across party lines. Along with his elected positions, Attorney Cates has also volunteered in his community with organizations such as the Maine State Music Theater, serving as vice president, and the Kennebec Valley YMCA, serving as president. Governor Mills believes this career of distinction in both public and private sector make Attorney Cates an ideal candidate to serve the University of Maine System Board of Trustees. On behalf of Governor Mills, I would ask that you support the nomination of the Honorable Roger Cates of Brunswick, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Reed, for your comments. And are there any questions of members of the committee for Mr. Reed? Seeing none, I will turn to the Honorable Roger Cates. And Roger, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for agreeing to accept this nomination. And we look forward to any comments you'd like to make at this time.
Thank you very much, Representative Brennan and other distinguished members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. It's very nice to be here. It's nice to see many old friends. I miss you. I appear before you as a proud former member of this institution, nominated by Governor Mills to the UMS board. First, to Governor Mills, I thank you for your confidence in me. And if I am confirmed, I'll do my very best to add value to the board. I'd also like to say thank you to Senator Pouliot and Representative Peirce for their letters, which they submitted on my behalf, and which I appreciate. And I'd also like to give a shout out to my cheering section that you can't see here, my wife Erica, son Jonathan, daughter Sherry, and sister Joyce, who I think are with us. Second, I'd like to just spend a few moments, if I could, sharing a few thoughts about the role of the university system as I see it going forward. When I was lucky enough to sit where you're sitting, I had a Bible that I didn't keep far from me at any time. It was the annual measures of growth published by the Mega Economic Growth Council. As you know, it's a dispassionate annual report that tracks our state's progress on various indicators critical to sustaining our economy. Those challenges are well known to every single one of you, but a number have particular relevance, I think, to the university system. We are the oldest state in the country and getting older. Because of that, our workforce size is declining. Our wages are well below the national average, and our worker productivity is near the bottom of the country. Our cost of doing business is 7th highest in the country. And beyond that, we're all well aware of the growing skills gap that makes it imperative that we make sure that all parts of our post-secondary education system work well. So I mention these today because I think the University of Maine system has a significant role to play in changing some of those trends and remedying some of the short-term or immediate challenges that you all face and that we all face. Making post-secondary education affordable, ensuring that our degree programs are sensitive to the needs of a changing economy, and making sure that our system is attractive to a diverse population, including age and geography. I know that these are all priorities of the university system. We have 6 universities, 7 campuses, and we need to continue to make sure that we minimize the duplication of services and avoid the duplication of resources. I think the concept of unified accreditation is going to go a long way down that road. We need to continue to improve coordination between the university system and the community college system as we continue to move away from competition toward collaboration. And of course, we need to continue our efforts of attracting, retaining, and graduating students, all in a hyper-competitive environment for a shrinking number of those students. In particular, as you all know, we need to continue to pay attention to the huge potential of the hundreds of thousands of stranded learners we have out there. people who started but never completed a degree or a certificate program because life intervened. And also, as all of you do, I think the system needs to be a model as all of us pay more attention to issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And the board needs to continue to foster a good communication between the system and where you sit and where I used to sit in the legislature to make the case for adequate funding and appropriate capital planning. I approached the assignment with a great deal of humility, as I know I have a lot to learn about our public universities and the system as a whole. I'm far from an expert, but I'll work hard to get up to speed. I want to end with the admission that I have the University of Maine and Augusta in my blood. One of the people instrumental in the birth of that institution was the state senator from Augusta at the time, my father. You cannot go into an office or a manufacturing facility or a business in central Maine without bumping into a UMA graduate, and whose life and that of his family has been made better because of this remarkable non-traditional university. It continues to have much to offer and certainly is a special place to me. I thank you for your attention. I hope you can sense my excitement with this potential assignment, and I particularly look forward to working with two of my former colleagues, Emily from the Appropriations Committee, Emily Kane, who is a sitting member, and Peggy Rotundo, who I can see right there, who was also, I served with on the Appropriations Committee. So thank you very much for your patience. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cates. We again appreciate you being here and appreciate your willing to step forward and accept this nomination. So are there any questions from members of the committee? Representative Crockett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not a question, just what I think is kind of a fun story that speaks to your incredible character and such. First of all, I'm a University of Maine graduate, so very excited about today's events. About 3 years ago, Roger, you were kind enough to give me a few minutes of your time at the World Gym in Portland, Maine.
Remember.
You remember that? Mr. Cates was working out, and I was contemplating running for the legislature. And I had a fellow friend that was working out, and he goes, well, you should go talk to Roger over there. And I'm like, Roger who? And then he pointed you out, and he told me about, what you were doing. And the list was longer than my sleeve of all the wonderful things you were doing from his perspective. But the thing I remember most was how generous and courteous you were with your time. And of course, I live in Portland, so you probably assumed I was a Democrat, and that didn't make a bit of difference. You were a perfect gentleman. I've always appreciated that.
Thank you, Representative. I remember that morning well. If it weren't for the distinguished setting we were in, I would say I didn't initially recognize you with your clothes on, but I'll resist that.
All right. Any other questions from members of the committee? All right. And Mr. Cates, I just want to mention the fact that Senator Daughtry was called away. I know you are a constituent of hers, and she wanted to be here in particular for your hearing. But she does send her regards and obviously is very supportive of your nomination. So I just want to make sure that we had that on the record. So at this point, Sam, do we have any members of the public that would like to speak either in favor or against the nominee?
Nobody new has joined, Representative, so I think we're
Nobody
still
new.
good.
Okay, and is there any written comments that needs to be before the committee? All
Mr.
right.
Chair,
Yes.
I would just note that we are in receipt of a number of written testimony via email from staff.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So at this point, all public comment having been taken, the committee will now proceed as followed. Review and additional written comments, which we've done. And then secondly, vote on the nomination and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MSRA Section 157 in the joint rules. The vote will be taken within 35 days from the date of the governor's written notice. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for the Honorable Roger J. Cates, Esquire of Brunswick for the appointment to the University of Maine Board of Trustees is closed. We will now, in accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on the nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing unless the committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceedings to take the vote immediately. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of the Honorable Roger J. Cates, Esquire of Brunswick for appointment to the University of Maine Board of Trustees be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MSRA Chapter 1, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and the nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? Then I will ask the clerk to read the roll or call the roll.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Daughtry is still absent, it looks like. All right, Senator Rafferty.
Senator Rafferty?
Like his screen is frozen.
Yeah. Let's see if we can come back to him, Sam.
Okay. Senator Woodsum.
Yes.
Senator Woodsum votes yay. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yay. Representative Millette?
Yay.
Representative Millette votes yay. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yay. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett?
Yay.
Representative Crockett votes yay. Representative Salisbury?
Yay.
Representative Salisbury votes yay. Representative Stearns?
Yay.
Representative Stearns votes yay. Representative Sampson?
Yay.
Representative Sampson votes yay. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yay. Representative Roach, I think, is still off too. Okay, absent. Senator Rafferty, are you with us now? Can you hear us? Still looks frozen here.
Answering clerk. So at this point, Sam, we had how many? Were there 11 votes in favor?
Yes, Representative. 10 in favor.
10 in favor.
2 absent.
Okay.
And then 1 not voting, or should that also be an absent?
Okay. With 10 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative, It is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs that nomination of the Honorable Roger J. Cates, Esquire of Brunswick, for the appointment of the University of Maine System Board of Trustees be confirmed. So congratulations, Roger, and we look forward to seeing you as a member of the board before the committee. And we obviously have a lot of work to do, but we're confident that you'll undertake it with your other colleagues and that this will be good news for the University of Maine system.
Representative, thank you very much. And thanks to all of you. I'm very grateful. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so we are now done with that confirmation, and we will now go to our next confirmation, which will be Elizabeth Dobson of Maine Board of Trustees. And I'll just, let me scroll down to, again, the committee will hear testimony from and have the opportunity to question the governor and the representatives, as well as the nominee. And this meeting is currently before the public and being live streamed. So at this point, I will entertain a motion pursuant to Title 3, Section 157 of the Maine statute requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee. The chair recognizes Representative Millette for the purpose of making such a motion.
I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of the Honorable Beth Dobson of Falmouth for appointment to the University of Maine System Board of Trustees.
Thank you. So it's been moved, the nomination, and at this point, I would ask a representative, Ms. O'Neill Lowe, or are you going to make comments at this point?
I'm afraid you're going to have to settle for me, Chair Brennan. It's Jerry Reed again.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Representative Brennan and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Jerry Reed, and I am Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the nomination of the Honorable Beth Dobson of Falmouth as a member of the University of Maine System Board of Trustees. Judge Dobson is being nominated to fill seat number 10 on the board. The Honorable Beth Dobson is a retired Maine District Court judge. She has a bachelor's degree from the University of Maine, Orono, and received her JD from the University of Maine School of Law. During her time in law school, she worked in the Maine State Planning Office as both a researcher and a grants clearinghouse coordinator. After getting her law degree, she spent a year interning in the governor's office before going to work as a law clerk in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Portland. From there, she became a summer clerk at Verrill and Dana in Portland, was later hired as an associate there, and then promoted to partner at the firm. She was confirmed as a judge of the Maine District Court in 2009 and served until her retirement in 2019. Judge Dobson has been a member of the Board of Directors at Mercy Hospital and currently serves as a member of the Board of Directors at Cheverus High School. Given her knowledge and experience, it is the opinion of the governor that Beth Dobson's membership will strengthen the University of Maine System Board of Trustees. On behalf of Governor Mills, I would ask that you support the nomination of the Honorable Beth Dobson of Falmouth. And I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. We appreciate your comments. And are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, we will now proceed to the Honorable Beth Dobson for her statement and comments. Welcome, Ms. Dobson. We're glad to have you here, and we look forward to your comments.
Thank you very much, Representative Brennan. I will say that my name is Beth. My parents were rather stingy when it came to naming their children, and none of us have more than 3 or 4 letters in our first name. I am also not only no longer a resident of Cumberland County, but not of Falmouth, having moved here to Bethel after my retirement from the bench. I'm very honored to be here today. Janet Mills didn't give me, more than a couple of months before she contacted me to consider being a trustee on the board of the University of Maine system. I did submit a letter, and you'll see from that I was not born in Maine. And that was, again, my parents' choice, not mine. But I came to Maine in 1969 to attend the University of Maine at Orono. Subsequently, as noted, worked in the state planning office, went to law school in 1977, graduated in 1980, and was nominated to be a district court judge after 30 years of association with Beryl Dana. You'll see from my resume that while I was in private practice, I served on the boards of a number of different charitable, healthcare, and educational institutions. As most relevant here, I believe, I served on the University of School of Law Board of Visitors and the University of Maine School of Law Foundation Board. That is the extent of my experience with boards directly involved in higher education. I learned some things from them, but I am confident that in spite of this experience, I have a great deal to learn. And I have spent some time talking to several different board members, current board members, to learn from them what is expected. And I know that I will have a very steep learning curve to learn what else I need to know. I owe a great debt to the University of Maine system. I can personally attest that the education that I received at Orono and in Portland at the law school were both affordable. I think my entire expense of my first year at Orono was $5,000, including tuition, room and board, and an airplane ticket home. It was about $5,000 as I recall it. And law school was a little bit more expensive, but still quite reasonable. And it prepared, both of those experiences prepared me well for my work in the public sector, in private practice, and on the bench. And I hope to bring some of those skills with me to serve on the board of the University of Maine system. And I thank you for your consideration and your time. And I would be glad to answer any questions. I did note a typo in my legislative questionnaire. That's because I'm my own typist now. I indicated that I was at Beryl Dana for a period of 40 years when I gave myself 10 years more. I actually left there 10 years prior to my retirement, which would have been 2009. So any questions from anyone?
Well, thank you very much. And I, just so the committee knows, Ms. Dobson was a constituent of mine when I first ran for the House. And I'm sorry that I did such a poor job that you felt you needed to move to Falmouth and now to Bethel. And hopefully you'll get good representation.
No, certainly nothing of my motivation.
Right. So at this point, does anybody on the committee have any questions? Seeing none, we will now go to public comment. Sam, do we have any members of the public that are queued up to speak?
Yes, Representative. It looks like Paula Silsby has raised her hand. So would you like me to let her into the main room?
Yes, please.
It takes about a second.
Okay.
And Representative, do we want to go through these one by one, or should I also let in Colleen, who will be testifying on Ms. Dobson's behalf too?
Let's just go one by one at this point, so we can just keep better track. And we have Ms. Salisbury, and I believe you are a former constituent of mine or a current constituent.
A current representative. I still live in the same house I've been in for 30 years.
Well, then I think so. Anyway, welcome. We're glad to have you here, and we understand you want to speak in support of Ms. Dobson's nomination.
Yes, thank you, Representative Brennan. Good afternoon, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I'm Paula Silsby, and I testified before the Judiciary Committee in support of Beth's nomination and reappointment to the District Court. And today, I am happy to be here to testify in support of her nomination to serve on the University of Maine Board of Trustees. You could say that it's become a second job for me, testifying at confirmation hearings with Beth. Beth and I met when she was a law clerk in the United States Attorney's Office from 1978 to 1979. And over the 43 years of our friendship, I have come to know of Beth's strong commitment to the state of Maine. She viewed serving on the district court as a way of giving back to Maine, which provided her an undergraduate and legal education, and where she met her husband, raised her 3 children, and practiced law for 30 years before serving 10 years on Maine's district court. Serving on the University of Maine System Board of Trustees is another way of giving back to the state, which has offered her so much. Beth has a keen intelligence and superb analytical skills. She's guided at all times by a sense of right and wrong and fairness and respect for different points of view. She treats all people with dignity, respect, and compassion. And all of these characteristics would make her a superb addition to the Board of Trustees as the board works to address the myriad of complex and diverse issues confronting the University of Maine system. I could go on and on about Beth, but in the interest of brevity, I will simply say that I unequivocally endorse her confirmation.
Well, thank you. Thank you for being here, and or at least being on Zoom with us. And thank you very much for your comments. We appreciate them. Are there any other questions for Ms. Silsby? Seeing none. Sam, we have another person?
Yes, Representative. I'll let Colleen Corey in now.
Okay. Oh.
I have to unmute and video myself.
Well, welcome, Ms. Corey, Colleen. I hate to say this, but Colleen was a constituent.
Yes, yes. Even how long time.
Yeah, welcome and thank you for being here. And we understand that you'd like to speak in favor of Ms. Dobson's nomination to the Board of Trustees.
Yes, yes, thank you, Chairman Brennan and other honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. It's hard, when you're in person, you know, it's easy to make eye contact. With Zoom, it's hard to know whether I'm making eye contact with anyone, so forgive me. My name is Colleen Corey. I'm a professor emerita at the University of Maine School of Law, where I taught for 25 years. For 7 of those years, I was also its dean. First, I want to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to testify again on behalf of Beth Dobson, whom I urge you to confirm as a trustee of the University of Maine system. I was so pleased to learn that Beth had been nominated by the governor, because I believe that there is really no one who is better qualified or better suited for this position than Beth. A product of 2 of Maine's premier institutions of learning, Beth knows well the value of the state, value to the state and its citizens of ensuring access to public higher education that is of the highest quality. I came to know Beth when I began my term as Dean of the Law School in 1998. Beth was then serving on our Board of Visitors, and she eventually became a member of our newly created Law School Foundation. It was there that I had the privilege of working closely with her. Seeing Beth in action for many years, I gained a deep appreciation for the many personal attributes that Beth will bring to her service as a system trustee. A keen intelligence, as Paula Silsby has mentioned, a sense of compassion, good old-fashioned common sense, a great love for the state of Maine, and a deep commitment to a high-quality public education system. Beth is a strategic thinker and is able to devise creative solutions that allow for progress to be made. And if you confirm her nomination, I know that other members of the system board will find, as I did, that Beth is a terrific colleague. She is a collaborative problem solver. She is a quiet leader. She is steady and unflappable. Beth is even-tempered. She cares about people, and she communicates her caring in the generous and respectful way in which she deals with them. Public and community service have been hallmarks of Beth's career. As detailed by Mr. Reed, another distinguished graduate of our law school, Beth's resume reflects the many ways, large and small, in which she has been of service throughout her career. Appointment as a trustee of the University of Maine system will provide Beth with yet another opportunity to serve her state, and in turn will allow the state of Maine to use Beth's talents to move the system to new heights. I urge you to confirm the nomination of this extremely well-qualified and truly good person to the University of Maine System Board of Trustees, where I know that she will serve with great distinction. Thank you all for your attention and for giving me this opportunity to sing her praises.
Well, Ms. Quarry, it's great to see you, and thank you very much for coming. We deeply appreciate your comments. Would anybody from the committee, do they have any questions for Ms. Quarry? Seeing none, I'd ask the committee clerk, do we have any other public comment?
No, Representative.
No, okay, so we have no additional public comment, and we have Representative Millette received written comment. So thank you. So given the fact that we have held public hearing, we've had written comments, and we have received statement from the nominee, we will at this point the hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for the Honorable Beth Dobson of Falmouth for the appointment to the University of Maine System Board of Trustees is closed. So we officially have closed the session. In accordance with Maine law, the committee may not take a vote in nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, the chair will inquire whether any members present object to proceeding to take the vote immediately. Are there any objections? Seeing none. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on the Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 130th Legislature that the nomination of the Honorable Beth Dobson of Falmouth for appointment to the University of Maine System Board of Trustees be confirmed. In accordance with MRS 3, Section 6, Section 157, the vote will be taken by the yeas and the nays, and I would ask the clerk to read the roll.
Thank you, Representative. It looks like Senators Daughtry and Rafferty are absent. Senator Rafferty, can you hear us?
Yes.
Oh, he's back. Senator Rafferty, how will you vote?
Yay.
Senator Rafferty votes yay. Senator Woodson?
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yay. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yay. Representative Millette?
Yay.
Representative Millette votes yay. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yay. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett?
Yay.
Representative Crockett votes yay. Representative Salisbury?
Yay.
Representative Salisbury votes yay. Representative Stearns?
Yay.
Representative Stearns votes yay. Representative Sampson?
Yay.
Representative Sampson votes yay. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yay. And Representative Roach is still absent.
So Sam, that 11 people voted in the affirmative and 2 were absent.
Correct, Representative.
Okay. With 11 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative, none in the negative, the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs on the nomination of the Honorable Beth Dobson of Falmouth for appointment to the University of Maine Board of Trustees is confirmed. So
Thank you all very much.
thank you very much. We appreciate your willingness to serve. And again, we look forward to seeing you as we work through a number of different issues over the session. So thank you very much. And I'm sure feel free to call upon any of us if we could be of any help in your new role.
Thank you very much. If I can figure out how, I'll sign off now.
Okay. And thank you to Paula and to Colleen for testifying. It's good to see the 2 of you.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm Missy.
So look who's back. Senator.
Good afternoon. I'm glad to be back with all of you.
Well, we are just getting ready to start the last nomination. So I'll just jump into it. In particular, I wanted to be available for this nomination of the former honorable or the former representative for Senator Rotundo. So at this point, I will dispense of the reading that we've already gone through several times already. And we will move directly to the motion. And pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statute, which requires there to be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation nominee, the chair recognizes Representative Millett for the purpose of making such a motion.
I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend confirmation of the Honorable Margaret Rotundo of Lewiston for appointment to the University of Maine System Board of Trustees.
Thank you very much for that motion. And we will now turn to the representative, Ms. O'Neill Lowe from the governor's office for the purpose of making a statement.
Representative Brennan, our Chief Legal Counsel, Jerry Reed, will be.
Gary's going to do this one again. Okay.
Just the University of Maine ones. I'll be back though this week, I promise.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Reed, welcome back again. And we're more than happy to listen to your comments.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Jerry Reed. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Mills, and it's my pleasure to be here today to speak in support of a third outstanding nominee to serve on the University of Maine System Board of Trustees. Peggy Rotundo of Lewiston is being nominated to fill seat number 15. The Honorable Peggy Rotundo has made her life's work in the field of education, and particularly higher education. Early in her career, Ms. Rotundo worked as an English teacher at Linton High School in New York, and more recently has focused on policy development in her current role as Director of Strategic and Policy Initiatives at the Harvard Center for Community Partnerships at Bates College. She was a member of the Lewiston School Committee and served 4 terms in both the Maine Senate from 2000 to 2008 and the Maine House of Representatives from 2008 until 2016. During her time as state senator, Ms. Rotundo served on 11 task forces and committees. By way of example only, from 2002 to 2006, she served as the Maine Commissioner for the Nationwide Education Commission of the States, where her influence reached well beyond the state of Maine. Her continued dedication to improving higher education is also evident through her current position as a member of the Muskie School of Public Services Advisory Board. Ms. Rotundo has shown an unwavering commitment to improving higher education in Maine, and Governor Mills believes that she will be an outstanding asset to the University of Maine System Board of Trustees. On behalf of Governor Mills, I would ask that you support the nomination of the Honorable Peggy Rotundo of Lewiston, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have of me at this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reed, for your comments. And I would ask, are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none. Senator, do you want to introduce yourself at this point?
Sure. Good afternoon. I'm Senator Maddie Daughtry. I represent Senate District 24, which is Brunswick, Harpswell, Freeport, North Yarmouth, and Pownell. I apologize for being tardy, but I had another meeting, but I am over the moon that I have made it back in time for Peggy Rotundo.
Well, we're very glad to have you back as well. And I hope the other meeting worked out fairly well. So at this point, I will turn to the Honorable Peggy Rotundo, and we will accept any comments or statement that you would like to make in regards to your nomination.
Thank you. Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and other distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I'm Peggy Rotundo from Lewiston, and I'm honored to have my name placed in nomination by Governor Mills for the University of Maine System Board of Trustees. I'm also honored to be before you today. My professional career and my community and public service have all been focused on supporting educational aspirations of young people and adults, and on increasing the accessibility of educational opportunity for all. I've worked in higher education for over 35 years. It was the opportunity to work in higher education that originally brought my husband and me to Maine over 40 years ago. At Bates College, I directed the Career Services Office, and then 25 years ago helped to establish the college's Center for Service Learning, which connects students to the larger community through their academic work. I'm still in this office, though the name has changed to the Harvard Center for Community Partnerships. I work hard to help create partnerships that enable our community and state to benefit from the knowledge and skills our students offer, as well as enable our students to learn and grow through their work with their community partners. As a Maine state legislator, first serving on the Education Committee and then on the Appropriations Committee for 14 years, I came to appreciate the important role a strong university system plays in the growth of the state's economy. I watched as the establishment of USM's Lewiston Auburn College transformed the economic landscape of my community of Lewiston. I also came to appreciate the financial challenges the university faces as campuses struggle to keep tuition affordable, compensate faculty fairly, repair aging buildings, and provide first-class academic courses and student services. I learned about the particular needs that first-generation students from rural Maine, and non-traditional students face in matriculating and completing their degrees. I came to understand that if Maine is going to flourish as a state, we need to provide the support to help all our students to succeed. I'm excited about the possibility of being able to continue to serve the people of Maine through the work of the University of Maine System's Board of Trustees, and to work to provide an excellent and accessible education for all. Thank you for your time today and consideration. I'd be very happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Well, thank you very much for your comments. And are there any questions of Ms. Rotundo from members of the committee? Senator Daughtry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good to see you, Ms. Rotundo. I am very excited to see you nominated for this position, but while looking over your resume, I noticed that you had taught in Athens, Greece for 2 years.
Yes. Mhm.
And I was just wondering, I didn't know that and would love to hear a little bit more about that experience.
It was a private school. My husband was doing his PhD thesis, and that's what brought us to Athens. And I had taught here in the United States. And when we got there, I applied for the position and they offered it for me, and it was wonderful. We were there for a year, and then we went up near the Bulgarian border for a year where he actually did his field work. So it was a great experience, and one that I really treasure.
That's wonderful.
Thank you for asking.
Of course, Kalimara. So thank you.
Any other questions from members of the committee? Comments? Well, I would just like to add, I had the pleasure of serving with Peggy in both the House and the Senate. And I don't think there's anybody in the history of the Maine legislature who exhibited more integrity, more honesty, and worked harder than she did on the Appropriation Committee and the other assignments that she had in the legislature. And I'm just thrilled that the governor had the foresight and the insight to nominate you for this position. I think it's you're going to be terrific on the Board of Trustees, and will continue to benefit as a state of Maine with your participation in this type of public service. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Representative Brennan. Thank you.
Yep. So seeing no other questions from members of the committee, Sam, do we have any members of the public that would like to testify either for or against the nomination?
I don't see anyone, Representative.
Okay, we don't see anyone. All right. And we have received written comment and support of the nomination. And that being said, we will now, having received public comment and comment from the nominee in the governor's office, the vote on the nomination to notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III, Section 151 of the Joint Rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days. The hearing for the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for the Honorable Margaret Rotundo of Lewiston for appointment to the University of Maine System Board of Trustees is now closed. Got the scissors to close the hearing. And then in accordance with the law, the committee may not take a vote on the nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any members present object to the proceedings to take vote immediately. Are there any objections? Given that there are no objection, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of the Honorable Margaret Rotundo of Lewiston for appointment to the University of Maine System Board of Trustees be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MSR Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and the nays. And I would now ask the committee clerk to read the roll.
Thank you, Representative. All right, let's start with Senator Daughtry.
An enthusiastic aye.
Senator Daughtry votes yay. Senator Rafferty?
Yay.
Senator Rafferty votes yay. Senator Woodsum?
Yes.
Senator Woodsum votes yay. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yay. Representative Millette?
Yay.
Representative Millette votes yay. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yay. Representative Dodge?
Excited and grateful, yay.
Oh, thank you.
Representative Dodge, yay. Representative Crockett?
Yay.
Representative Crockett, yay. Representative Salisbury?
Yay.
Representative Salisbury, yay. Representative Stearns?
Yay.
Representative Stearns, yay. Representative Sampson?
Yay.
Representative Sampson, yay. Representative Lyman,
Yes.
Representative Lyman, yay. And Representative Roach, absent.
So Sam, that we had 12 people that voted
Correct, Representative.
and 1 absent.
Correct.
Okay, 12 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. It's the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs that the nomination of the Honorable Margaret Rotundo of Lewiston for the appointment to the University of Maine System Board of Trustees be confirmed. So thank you very much.
Representative Brennan, may I just thank the committee very much for your vote of support and faith in me. I also want to thank you all for your public service. I've sat where you've sat, or sitting now. I know the sacrifice involved, but I also know how critically important the work is. So thank you all very much. And I owe you all a batch of cookies when you're finally meeting in person, right? Yes, I don't know if you've explained that tradition yet.
Yeah, we have, and
members,
so
but-
far we have a stockpile of food that's coming to us as soon as we're back live again.
Good.
So we appreciate that, and we will expect to hold you to that pledge. So
Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Right. So Miss O'Neill Lowe,
Yes.
we're going to see a lot of you on Wednesday.
You are going to see a lot of me on Wednesday, so I'll look forward to seeing you all again on that day with some of our MMA nominees and State Board of Education nominees and community college nominee.
Okay, so
If anybody has any questions before that, feel free to reach out to me and we'd be happy to answer anything in advance.
Okay, so we will be going from 10 o'clock, starting at 10 o'clock in the morning, and the whole day will be devoted to confirmations.
Looks that way.
Okay. Well, thank you. We appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you for the excellent list of nominees that you brought before us today.
Thank you for entertaining those nominees, and I know they're all really excited to get going. So as soon as we have our Senate confirmations, we'll be making those happen. So thank you.
And Senator, I will turn things back over to you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Representative Brennan, and thank you for keeping the ships sailing smoothly this afternoon. As the representative said, we do have more confirmation hearings on Wednesday. So we'll be doing those at 10 a.m. and at 1 p.m. And of course, if you have any questions, reach out to either of the chairs or to our committee clerk as well. So I think that's all I have for today, unless there's any other questions from the committee.
Yeah, I just want to say, I mean, confirmation hearings sometimes can be tedious and difficult. I appreciate Representative Stearns making the recommendation that we kind of we abbreviate all the verbiage and reading that we typically go through. And, you know, hopefully on Wednesday, we'll be able to continue to move through this, you know, fairly quickly. And these have just been nominations that have been backed up for almost a year because we haven't been able to meet and do the work. And I appreciate the hard work of the governor's office to try to get this before us so that we can get as many people into the positions that they need to. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
See you Wednesday.
Everybody on Wednesday.
I think Sam he has his hand up. So.
Oh, okay, Sam.
Oh, Sam, you're on mute.
You're muted.
Whoops. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Representative. I was just going to say, if any members are having issues with the link going into Wednesday, if you could just try to reach out to me by like 5 o'clock on Tuesday, then hopefully I can get things straightened out before we start on Wednesday. The morning of, with some of these events get kind of chaotic on my end. I'm printing off a ton of testimony and filing things. And I just want to make sure everybody, you know, I'm responding to everybody's needs as best as possible. So if for some reason you're not receiving the link and it's like 3 or 4 o'clock on Tuesday afternoon, definitely please reach out to me already, and then we'll make sure that you're good before Wednesday.
I do have a question on behalf of one of our nominees on Wednesday, Senator Daughtry and Representative Brennan. Hope Thomas, who is the student nominee for Maine Maritime, is set to be before you. She has a lab that she needs to attend and wanted to see if she could be maybe first on the agenda that morning. I told her that we would ask. I did speak with Casey earlier today, who was going to reach out, but in case she hasn't, she had a family emergency she had to leave LIO this morning for, excuse me. So if it pleases the committee, if Ms. Thomas could be considered first, she would be most grateful so she can attend her studies that day.
Fine by me. We'll double check with Sam and with everyone else to make sure that we're able to move everything around. But
Thank you. I appreciate it.
That.
Super. Thanks so much.
Then we had questions, I think Representative Stearns and Representative Millett and then Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment on the technology issues that I know Senator Millett experienced and I experienced prior to this. The theory was put out that I'm one of those grandfathered people who has my email forwarded to my private account, and I like to manage it that way. But I can tell you that I went back into my legislative email account and I found no record of those emails at all. And yet at 1:15 today, they all poured in. I received those emails at 1:15. So I'm not so sure that theory is correct. I think someone hit the digital plunger and freed up the pipeline for emails, if you will.
That's a great comparison. I will say I got one of the emails of being the people who had their email set up to forward in that way that they're concerned about the spam filter, and I got the invitations just fine. So who knows? Representative Millett?
Yeah, I just wanted to check with Sam. I am in receipt of a link already for Wednesday. Is that the real link for Wednesday? Can I use it?
That's a great question, Representative. So yes, for these webinars, whenever they are created, which happened last week, anybody who's a panelist, of which all the members are panelists, should receive the link instantaneously. So that link is definitely good. You'll probably get a reminder or two between now and then, but you can use that link. It'll be okay.
Okay, and I am one of those that did not get today's link, but I got Wednesday's link. So if that's not a sign that this system is really messed up, I don't know what is.
Senator Woodson?
Yeah, I was just going to ask Sam if we're going to use the same link it was given us today, it's going to be a new one.
That's a good question, Senator. It will be a different link for Wednesday. There'll be it should have gone out already. I guess another tip I have is, I know it's a lot and there's a lot of like details and text, but usually there will be a date and a time associated with those invitations. It'll say like, you are invited to a webinar, and there should be like a date and a time associated with that. And hopefully that can help people. Trust me, I'm like digging through my inbox all the time. It seems like there's nothing but links, but yeah, that's one way to try. Check the title, check the date, and check the time, and hopefully it should match. I try to name the events as closely to the weekly schedule that we publish as possible, so that can help limit confusion too.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, real quick, just to go over it again, and please let me know if these aren't helpful. I will show you what you should be receiving. Can't help when emails are coming through with filters, but if you'll notice, the different links will be coming not from Sam directly, but if you're searching, you'll see up here, I searched by the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee, and then you should be able to click on them. And so, for example, you'll see that this one that I clicked on, so I received these over the weekend. The first one was for February 8th, but then I went through and clicked. Make sure when you're clicking on the link, because you'll also receive a reminder. So here's the reminder, but the initial link, just make sure when you go to click join, that the date and the time aligns with what we're doing. And then for Wednesday, there'll just be the one that says 10 a.m. and then the link will stay the same for the entire day. But yeah, I think I got a little bit confused too, even having the link, remembering to circle back and search by education and cultural affairs. Representative Salisbury?
Yes, if I can ask a question unrelated to this
Absolutely.
afternoon's events, but back to this morning, can we talk a little bit about what the process is now? You have mentioned the work session. Like, can you just talk a little bit about what happens now that we've received that testimony this morning?
Absolutely. So let me know if you didn't receive, hold on, there is something with, one second. The joy of work from home when you have animals. So you should have received from Ms. Rissler a like parliamentary procedure guideline handout that sort of goes over the different process, but sort of the short version is that the public hearing is our time to ask questions and also to solicit testimony from the public. So people, you know, can submit it through the website, give us written testimony, or as we had this morning, come before us to submit their testimony in person. Then Ms. Rissler through OPLA will be giving us, you know, we'll go into, after we have the public hearing, we have the work session, which is our chance as a committee to have a robust conversation about what we think of the bill. You know, we'll get a rundown of notes from OPLA. Ms. Rissler will go over sort of like a refresher, sort of the spark notes of everything we heard to sort of get everyone's mind in the same place. And then we will all have an opportunity at that point to not just ask questions, but to say what we think and see if we can come to a consensus. And then we'll be taking votes in the work session on how we all feel about the different bill. And I can explain the votes as well if that's helpful.
No, that's okay. That's helpful. I'm sorry. I did see the email. I just went in and clicked on the link that she shared. I hadn't gotten to the documents yet. So I apologize for that.
No worries at
Thank
all.
you.
And please, anytime you have questions like that, I know it can be confusing. Just please speak up and let us know, especially, you know, going between the public hearings and the nominations, which are very scripted and very formal, you know, please ask away. And if you can't find the email or the guide, just let me know and we can resend it out. Representative Stearns?
Please disregard my previous plunger diatribe. When I went back and checked the date, sure enough, Sam had sent me the link at 1 o'clock today for next week's. So the pipeline's still clogged.
Good to know, Representative Stearns. Guess we need a plumber, but doesn't everyone need to find a plumber?
All right, so I really don't mean to belabor this, but I've received nothing for next week. Nothing. And I'm looking at my legislative main.gov. Please, somebody take me out of this hell.
Welcome to the joy of internet and email. We'll definitely check back and we'll circle back with LIO to see if there's anything that we can do to help Sam be able to get these out, or if it's just sort of a batching. Sometimes things that are coming through a service like Zoom or MailChimp will go in batches. Representative McRae?
Yes. Representative Millette, is that you received nothing for next week or for Wednesday?
I received nothing for today. I received Wednesdays, and I received nothing for next week. So I just...
I think it's trying to tell you something.
I have no reminders. So, you know, I get that official communication needs to go through main.gov. But in terms of registering me for these webinars, I beg, I plead, please just use my Gmail address.
There's also definitely, depending on what email service you have it forwarded to, if you're doing the forwarding from main.gov, it can go in junk, it can go in spam, and definitely check what your safe filters are, separate from your problem, Representative Millette. Additionally, on top of that.
Gonna say, been there, done that, nothing. It's not in trash, it's not in junk, it's not in spam or stan.
Oh man, we just need some carrier pigeons, or, you know, I think next time we have someone coming before the committee, we should try to get them to mail us those treats before, you know, they come before us. Any other questions?
No, no, not a question, but just a comment that despite this conversation we've had for the last 5 minutes, we truly have been blessed to have Sam step in to the committee clerk position. And despite some missteps here and there for all of us, he has really held the committee together quite well over the last 3 weeks. And so I just want to make sure that you understand, Sam, that when we have these discussions, it's not about you.
Thank you, Representative. I'm really happy to be here.
Thank you, Sam. I think that's it. Let me know if anyone has any questions. And let's all pray to the Zoom gods that we all get our links overnight.
Great.
Have a great night, everyone. Take care.